Good morning, guys. This is Creature of Habit, and here we build a consistent habit of working hard. And today we are right on time, 5:06 a.m. The first session started at 5:06 a.m. So basically, the whole goal of this live stream would be to have 30-minute sessions of intense study or working, and which would be interspaced with 5-minute breaks. So to use this, you do not have to be there all the time with me. I will be streaming from 5 to 8 p.m. in which we would study in which we would have we study for in which we would have 20 sessions, 30 minutes each. That would be 10 hours of pure studies, or with if breaks are included, I will tell you why I would include breaks. It would be like spending 12 hours for studying. This is the best method that I best in the sense of ease of understanding and following. The method that helps you in studying. You don't have to follow along with me for the whole journey. You can use it as a placeholder in your routine so that you build a routine for consistency and just stick to it so that you can complete your plans, achieve your dreams by that way. So if I understand there are many people who are working, that for them this is very good because you can always get up at 5 a.m., join my stream at 5:30, and if your work starts at 7 or 8, if it's a 9 to 5, then it's very good. You just study from 5:30 to 8, and in the next 30 minutes you can uh, have your breakfast and you can go. Or basically, whenever you have need to leave, just 30 minutes before that, so that you have your breakfast and you have your bath or a shower. That is what you can do, and then you can join me later when you come back, and then you can go to sleep, and then that way you have a consistent routine. So this is a placeholder for people who want to build a routine as well. I'm always there. I will always be there. Don't worry. Right? And one more thing, in those 5 minutes, we would be doing multitude of things. We can be playing chess, we would be meditating, physical activity, anything, right? So let's go. So the first session is starting 5:09 a.m. And if you are a UPSC aspirant, you can study with me. Let's see if we can clear this exam together. And you can unmute. I would suggest muting and focusing on what you want to study, because for JEE aspirants and NEET aspirants, I won't be covering what you wanted to cover, but you can ask for that in the comments, and I will definitely try to help you in physics and mathematics. Chemistry, not so much, but yeah, physics and mathematics, I can help you. And let's go. In the sense, one more thing that I wanted to say is, if you're a UPSC aspirant or student, you can unmute if you want to in between to see what am I reading at this time, and we can discuss. Basically, I'm still learning all of that, and we'll see if we can get through this, right? So I will be speaking, so I would suggest, please, you can mute if you don't want my annoying voice, right? Okay, let's go. Partition for stay. This is very true. This is very true. I also felt that the daughters of India actually outperformed greatly uh, many athletes around the world, and they made us really, really proud. Especially, I want to make a shout out to our girl Indian hockey team. They really outdid themselves, and it was heartbreaking seeing them lose so narrowly. But it was a problem, and nonetheless, we don't care. We got to see great performance. What else we can expect? Nobody cares when they are losing and when they are trying hard, right? It's just like any other thing that you keep on working, right? You just there is nothing when you're working hard. For example, if you're working for UPSC and JEE, if you haven't cleared those exams, nobody gives a shit. Then nobody cares. But when you achieve the success, then there are people who will say, "Okay, we were with you, we are with you," and kind of shit. The same goes with our athletes at a higher level. They give their whole, and then when they lose, they face criticism, unfair criticism from people who are couch potatoes who don't know about the sport anymore. But all I can say is it is good to see some people's hard work being come to fruition. Right. As far as this PM August 14 now, Partition Horrors Remembrance Day. Mm, from perspective of UPSC, it may not be that important until if there's something extra that was said about partition, then I believe that the partition text in spectrum is enough. Spectrum in your uh, ball and uh, can I, and there's one other book that is very good. I will show you. I will show you the book, the history book, right? All I need is a revision. I need a revision of this. I don't remember everything, right? I will show you this book. Uh, Hmm. Hmm. Oh no. Did I misplace the book? Wait a minute. Mm, like this. Right, this one. A new look at modern Indian history. This is a good book. It covers a lot of things that we would need. So this and obviously your Bipin Chandra. This is also great. So this does not have that. Wait a minute. Hmm, hmm. Um, uh, 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 yes, yes. This, this right here. For example, this Vijayavasajan by Om Satyagraha. There are some of the things that I found in multitude of tests, be it Vajra or Vision. They use this. So here is post for national upsurge, freedom and partition. They should do it. And these also have great portions for the nationalist movement. So first there is obviously INC and the nationalists, and there are revolutionaries that are being covered by others as well. But the portion like capitalists, what were they doing, and socialism a bit more depth. Those are given in great detail in these books, and we will cover it. And before that, we will have to do environment, and then next on the agenda are obviously those. So if anything else outside of those books are given, then it becomes important. Otherwise, it is. And as far as from my perspective goes, well, there's no need to have a day which does not even accurately represents the partition horrors. Partition was supposed to be non-violent, right? But it was not, which was obvious, but it was supposed to be non-violent. The days that follow it are were really violent, and then there is where the suffering is exactly. Well, you can say that the beginning, the reason, maybe I was 14 and 15, but hey, Well, obviously, you would have taken notice that it is August 15. This early, the newspaper does not come. We read one day before that. And there's nothing wrong. Nobody's asking you just on that day what happened, right? For UPSC, it is irrelevant which day you study, right? IT rules. These I find important. The new IT rules and the new e-commerce rules. These are important. Uh, IT rules. We have three people on whom we have to put some regulatory mechanism. First are social intermediaries. Second are OTT platforms. And third is digital media, especially news. Now, with respect to social intermediaries, what we have is um, there is a separation of people. Basically, there are significant. Another social media, significant social media are those who have to have a physical presence in India. Number two, all social media intermediaries must have three officers. Number one would be a grievance officer. This would mean basically the grievances of users would be given to this guy, right? Then there is a contact officer with whom 24/7 the law enforcement agencies of India will be in contact. This and there is a compliance officer which would make sure that the company in India or anywhere else functioning or working in the providing services in India must be following the rules that are being provided, right? Then third thing that they ask of the social media intermediaries is the originator of the message. And they should be revealed in case there is the post is a threat to national security, public and health safety, these things, right? So on this basis, let's see what clause has High Court said. My guess would be that it would be the originator one because it would challenge the end to end, right? The intermediate environment term facing beyond the substantive law of ITI granting partial interim recognition as a reflect. This was about social media. I completely forgot. OTT has to have a self-regulation. That would mean that for different kind of media, they have to provide a certification or an uh, age demarcation of their content, so that and there should be a parental law kind of deal as well. And for the digital media, especially news, they must follow the Press Council of India's National Journalistic Code. That is what they should do. See the list. People will be starved of the liberty of thought and feel suffocated to exercise their right to freedom of speech and expression if they are made to live in present time with content regulation on the internet with a code of ethics hanging over their head as the sword of Damocles. This regime would run clearly contrary to the well-recognized constitutional ethics and principle. So some guy, mhm. So some guy said that freedom of speech is violated by this. Is it equality and governance? National Journalistic Code of Press Council of India. A three-tier governance, self-regulatory. Did I miss something? I must have to abide by National Journalistic Code. This is the code of ethics they are talking about, right? Or is there any other type of thing, right? Mm-hmm. Well, let's see. That is what we don't have. We don't have an ego. We will obviously look into these kind of things, right? Super fast. Super fast. My computer is super fast. That's right. And let's see, Wikipedia. Oh, this is my profile pic, by the way. Second, we also want legislation that suppresses India's intermediary rules of 20. So basically, 2011 super is 2021 code of ethics for digital media. Uh, Maybe this, and maybe this live law, like live mint. We'll see. Which mandate that digital media and online publisher should adhere to the code of ethics prescribed by the rules. Insofar as Rule 9 is concerned, we have found it prima facie to be an intrusion of petition right under Article 19(1)(a), which are the freedom of speech and expression. We have also held that it is beyond a substantive law. Substantive law. Okay. What is substantive law? I have searched it before, but I forgot. Mm. Okay. Okay. Wait a minute. In which context have I written C or PC? Let's see. CRPC. All right. No. CRPC. Maybe I would have written there. There's something I wanted to say. Sustainable. Wait a minute. NIO. The substantive procedure are two important branches of law. Then substantive, and it is invented by one could not be effective in the absence of other. Substantive and adjective law. There are two kinds of laws. Substantive position exactly the distinction between the two. Not an easy task to state. So basically, the difference between these two must be much more abstract. One thing that I've learned in this long process, that some things are abstract in nature. They are just is. You have to say that nothing, there are something that don't need to be crystal clear, right? Only some things would be defined under it, and the rest can be variable. One of the best example is group theory. Group theory, like, there is no defined thing that you can say, okay, this is the group and nothing else, that a specific thing. No, it is abstract algebra. So basically some things are abstract. You will be given some rules, and then you have a lot of freedom, with which great comes great power. That is also true, but some things can be abstract. That is why this cannot be an easy task. So basically only some defining things would apply and would say that this is substantive, but a particular thing could have both of the procedure, both of the uh, things involved, intermixed, and then you would have to make sense what you want to call it, and then it would be an opinion, and hence nuances are required, and abstract things are really particularly difficult to understand because they are not crystal clear, right? After studying this lesson, you will be able to explain the juristic approach towards distinction between substantive and procedural. Know the meaning of procedural or adjective law, substantive law. Distinguish between substantive and procedural. Describe those procedural and substantive which are equivalent. Let's go. Procedural law vis-a-vis substantive law. with respect. When term has only the substantive law can be given sharply separated. That procedure is meant the course taken for the execution of the laws. The course of procedure has on a form of written being characterized by the term adjective laws to those other laws, the execution of which they have in view. For this same purpose have been characterized by the correspondent opposite term substantive law. Law defines the rights which it will aid and specifies the way in which it will aid them. So far as it defines the by creating sustenance, so far as it provides a method however, Salmon, on the other hand, holds the view that separation is sharply drawn in theory, but in practical operation and procedure are wholly or substantially equivalent. Salmon has noted that if one takes the view of the fact that administration of justice in its typical form consists in application of remedies to the violation of rights, this may mean that substantive law is that which defines the right, while procedural law determines the remedies. But this distinction between just and remedium, right and remedy, is inadmissible, as there are many rights which belong to the sphere of procedure. Absolutely correct. This guy is Salmon. And the example of this would be Article 32. The right to seek constitutional remedy. It is a right. It's a fundamental right. And it is what gives meaning to fundamental rights. Without it, nothing is there, right? So Salmon is right that when you say substantive law, so what it is supposed to be in theory, substantive law, substance law, substantive law, procedure law. Substantive law defines your rights, and procedural law gives you remedies, or substantive law gives you your rights. It tells you about your relationship, legal relationship with people, with government, with companies. Anyways, first of all, first session is over, and we would play some chess in this time. Right? What is this? Subhadra Kumari Chauhan's 117th birthday. I am pretty retarded. I don't know who she is. Let's go. Let's see. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Oh, that's right. Indian poet. Yo, I am pretty dumb. I completely forgot. Subhadra Kumari, Jhansi Ki Rani. Damn. Would have to do my due diligence and learn about her, obviously. But first, we'll play chess. This needs to be done. Then sustainable. But first, some bullet. We'll go with bullet. Let's go. Alapin? Nope. Yes. Obviously. Obvious. He wants to do this. I know. Oh no. Okay. Oh no. Okay. I will go with that. Well. Ha! I caught him. I caught him. Well, let's go with this. Uh-huh. Okay. So now all I have to do is this. I'm really slow. Damn. I have this. I have this. Oh shit. Damn. Oh damn. Oh damn! No! 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 I was winning. What the hell did I do? I completely butched it. Botched it. Retard. Damn. That was sad. I went out sad. He played well. And put some serious pressure, you know? I mean, this. The queen does not move that way. And here it is. Let's go. Okay, so he has this. Alright. He cannot move that way. Alright. Yikes. Oh no. I completely gave it away. Damn. Uh-huh. Ah, that was sad, but I have something up my sleeve as well. Uh-huh, uh-huh. Let's go. Yes. Let's go. Yes. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. He won by time as well. Okay. That was fun. Now I have to do my due diligence, right? You just saw me lose two games right on my screen. So session 2 has started. That's all I want to say. Nothing else will be said. Has started 5:46 a.m. Nice. This is what we are here for. Not for winning chess. It's for enjoyment. First, the due diligence of my stupidity. Okay, Subhadra Kumari Chauhan, Jhansi Ki Rani, the famous poems that we all have read in class 8 or 10, I don't know. Okay, she's crossed wet girl school. In 1919. 5 children. Okay. बोले कि वो हमने सुनी कहानी थी वो खूब लड़ी मर्दानी वो तो झांसी वाली रानी थी. This is probably the most famous line. A couple of repeated each stanza read this. Undele har बोले कि so it is often taught in school in her participation in 1857 revolution. This and her other poems. Jallianwala Bagh में वसंत. What? वीरों का कैसा हो बसंत. राखी की चुनौती. And Vida openly talk about freedom movement. They are said to have inspired great number of youths to participate in the movement. Here's the opening stanza. सिंहासन हिल उठे राजवंशों ने भ्रिकुटी रानी थी. भ्रिकुटी का मतलब भूल गया. बूढ़े भारत में भी आई फिर से नई जवानी थी. घूमी हुई आज़ादी की कीमत सबने पहचानी थी. दूर फिरंगी को करने की सबने मन में ठानी थी. चमक उठी थी सन 57 में वह तलवार पुरानी थी. बुंदेले हर बोला के मौसम ने सुनी कहानी थी. वो खूब लड़ी मर्दानी वो तो झांसी मर्दानी थी. खड़ी बोली in a simple and clear style. Also wrote ICGS, an Indian Coast Guard ship, was named for the poet. खिलौने वाला घर मुकुल. ये कदम का पेड़. सीधे साधे चित्र. मेरा नया बचपन. बिखरे मोती बिखरे मोती. Okay, so most probably she is known for her Jhansi Ki Rani, the most famous. Some more. What is more important? Where she is from, right? The Awadh, United Province of Agra and Awadh. That is fine. Central Province of Berar. So I did that. So substantive law of rights, that explains rights, that is my relationship with people, right? And adjective or the what is it, procedural law establishes my remedies, and there is no difference. All right. For example, a right of appeal, a right to give evidence on one's behalf, a right to interrogate the other party, so on. This second place maybe as much a part of. Okay, so obviously there are many procedural law, that means the laws that give remedy, that are substantive in nature, that is many remedies are rights, but are rights remedies? So in a sense, if I know this, these are COPs, but so in a sense, if we have these two things, and then obviously these are rights, and these are remedies, and these are interlinked. Many remedies are right. For example, what we specified, Article 32. But are there any rights that are actually remedies? Is that what this is? In the second place, rules defining the remedy may be as much part of the which defines the right itself. The substantive part of the criminal deals with not with the crimes alone, but with punishment also. So, in the civil law, the rule as to measure the damages pertain to the substantive law, no less than those declaring what damage is actionable. Thus, it defines procedure as concerned not with rights, but with is to confront the remedy with the process by which it is made available. So, as those who define as deals not with crime alone, but with punishments also. Do I need this much detail? No distinction between substance and procedure. The distinction is artificial in a sense. There is none. The remedy any predetermined machinery so far as the litigant has a recognized way to use it, or legally speaking, part of the right itself. Legal relation between subjects and state. All right. Yes, this is. Code of 600 applied the norms of journalistic conduct. That is what I was saying, right? So, IT rules. hmm National Journalistic Code of Press Concept. This is the code of ethics. So I was right in the first time. All right, all right, all right. So what? So okay, live law. So 1918 अंतर्गत we have the Chief Justice among just the High Court of Delhi, Bombay High Court, Bombay High Court. Stop it. Goes beyond substantive law means. So if I have read, then why not I should make some notes. Well, I will go in the terms here. This is important. I like this. I like those. Blah. I don't care now. I'm shutting it right down. Freedom of speech. नल सा नहीं नाल सा होता है. Will be on the substantive power of the Information Act. We will see later. Alright, now about the world. As of today, I believe Kabul has been sacked. Saigon moment? Wait a minute. Fall of Saigon. Capture Saigon, the capital of South Vietnam by the People's Army of Vietnam. End of the Vietnam War. Nguyen went on. Occupied an important part of the city. Showing
Vietnam was part of French Indochina, a French colony in Southeast Asia established in 1887 for the French to reinforce Catholic missionaries. In Southeast Asia established Vietnam was part of French Indochina, a French colony in Southeast Asia established in 1887 for the French to reinforce Catholic missionaries. Indochina was controlled by France up until World War II, when France was invaded by Nazi Germany and Japan invaded Indochina. The Japanese ruled through the former French Protectorate Emperor Bao Dai as a puppet. Ho Chi Minh was the leader of the Viet Minh, a communist army who rose up against the Japanese occupiers. After the Japanese defeat in 1945, the Viet Minh declared Vietnamese independence with the Democratic Republic of Vietnam and Hanoi as its capital, and extended their war against the French, becoming the First Indochina War. During this time, the Cold War was setting in, and the USA were backing anti-communist regimes, while the Soviet Union and People's Republic of China were backing pro-communist regimes. The Korean War was a fine example of this. Thusly, China and the Soviet Union backed the Viet Minh, and the USA and Britain backed the French in the South. The state of Vietnam was established with Emperor Bao Dai as the leader in an anti-communist regime. American military advisors had been helping the French, though President Eisenhower was reluctant to put US troops on the ground. The Viet Minh ultimately were victorious, and it was decided in the Geneva Accords that Vietnam be divided into the State of Vietnam and the Democratic Republic of Vietnam. Cambodia and Laos were also granted independence, ending French Indochina. Ngo Dinh Diem became the Prime Minister in the South. As South Vietnam prepared for a referendum on reuniting North and South, many northern Vietnamese Catholics fled south, while many Viet Minh went north to plan ahead. The North Vietnam regime sought to take power away from the landlords and distribute the wealth among the peasants. Many people were executed and wrongly imprisoned. The referendum was held, but many were skeptical about its fairness. Diem rigged the votes, winning a ridiculously massive majority in keeping the South separate. Diem declared the South independent and became the Republic of Vietnam, with Saigon as its capital. Thus, Vietnam would move into the Second Indochina War, or simply known in the West as the Vietnam War. The US looked on in fear, believing that communism would spread like dominoes, and if Vietnam fell, it would threaten India, Japan, and other nations in that region. Diem set about quelling any communist actions in the South, arresting and executing many people. He was a Roman Catholic, which was often at odds with the predominantly Buddhist population. In 1960, communist forces and other anti-government groups in the South were organized into the National Liberation.
Wait a minute. What? What happened?
Diem and
It is really, really fast. So certainly, so fast. Oh, freedom. Wasn't that what your revolution was about? Kingdom Laos, Kingdom Cambodia versus Khmer Issarak, Democratic Republic of Vietnam, which was established by Ho Chi Minh, Hirohito, Emperor of Japan. Yeah, we can't fight that. We send power to the people. Seize that means of production. Viet Minh. Bao Dai, Nguyen Dynasty. Alright. So first, there were people that were under French, which was known as Indochina. I don't know why, but Indochina means Vietnam. French Indochina. Yay, we have come to Christianize your region. Bring civilization, colonize your land, and take your resources for the betterment of our country, not yours. In very fine print. But your country is ours now. So yay, imperialism. Yay, confused yay, right? So this area was occupied by French imperialists. Then French was invaded, and Japan invaded Vietnam. And Ho Chi Minh rises, and communism is brought in Vietnam. Proclamation of independence of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam from Japanese. Alright, all men are created equal. They are endowed by their creator. So this is Ho Chi Minh, right? They are endowed by their creator with certain inalienable rights, like life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. Okay, this is America's preamble, I believe. This immortal statement was made in the Declaration of Independence of the US of A in 1776. In a broader meaning, this means all the people on earth are equal from birth. All the people have a right to live, to be happy, and free. Strong quote from America. Sounds like a great country. I doubt any Americans will ever come to this part of the world. Okay, Democratic Republic of Vietnam is established. How dare you want freedom more than that revolution was about? Okay, okay. People's Republic of China. So this at this time, Mao has taken control of China. All right, all right. What is this? French and Vietnam fight. Dollar, pounds, UK. All right. USSR and China giving their yuan and whatever that is. No, military aid was more complex than money donation. It would involve military advisors and weapons. Seriously, who needs communism when you have got a rich elite? Mm-hmm. So, what is this? So there is a puppet chief of state of Vietnam. And what is then Ho Chi Minh? Okay, all right, like a constitutional monarchy. All right, I understand. Yeah, I can give some time to Vietnam War. Yeah, sure, sure. Let's go. Don't waste time. Learn. So first it was a French colony. Then in World War II, Japan occupied it. Ho Chi Minh led a communist revolution and got the country communist as by declaring independence, established a constitutional head, and Ho Chi Minh has the government, right? Then, which is this guy? I don't know what is this.
The South. The state of Vietnam was established with Emperor Bao Dai as the leader in an anti in the thusly China and the Soviet Union backed the Viet Minh, and the USA and Britain backed the French in the South. The state of Vietnam was established with Emperor Bao Dai as the leader in an anti-communist regime. American military
How?
they were backing anti-communist regimes, while the Soviet Union and People's Republic of China were backing pro-communist regimes. The Korean War was a fine example of this. Thusly, China and the Soviet Union backed the Viet Minh, and the USA and Britain backed the French in the South. The state of Vietnam was established with Emperor Bao Dai as the leader in an anti-communist regime. American military advisors had been helping the French, though President Eisenhower was reluctant to put US troops on the ground. The Viet Minh ultimately were victorious, and it was decided in the Geneva Accords that Vietnam be divided into the state of Vietnam. Eisenhower in an French in the south. China were backing anti-communist Indochina, Vietnam, and Hanoi. The Viet Minh declared up against Dai as a puppet. Ho Chi Minh was the leader of the Viet Minh, a communist army who rose up against the Japanese occupiers. After the Japanese defeat in 1945, the Viet Minh declared Vietnamese independence with the Democratic Republic of Vietnam and Hanoi as its capital, and extended their war against the French, becoming the First Indochina War. During this time, the Cold War was setting in, and the USA were backing anti-communist regimes, while the Soviet Union and People's Republic of China were backing pro-communist regimes.
Now.
The Korean War was a fine example of this. Thusly, China and the Soviet Union backed the
Okay, so there were two people who were staking the claim. All right. One was Ho Chi Minh and his communist regime, and the other was French and their capitalist regime. Democratic capitalist regime, right? It was democratic communism. All right. And then the two parties of the Cold War accordingly
Viet
supported.
Minh, and the USA and Britain
So
backed
at the time there were two faces of Vietnam. One was the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, which was a communist regime, and the other was
the
what?
French in the south. The state of Vietnam was
State of Vietnam. All right. Like a weird banana republic.
established with Emperor Bao Dai as the leader in an anti-communist regime. American military advisors
MAG Vietnam Military Assistant Advisory. Just don't train our Vietnamese force. Control after war. Okay.
had been helping the French, though President Eisenhower was reluctant to put US troops on the ground. The Viet Minh ultimately were victorious, and it was decided in the Geneva Accords that Vietnam be divided into the State of Vietnam and the Democratic Republic of Vietnam. Cambodia and Laos were also granted independence, ending French Indochina. Ngo Dinh Diem, Cambodia and Laos were also granted independence, ending French Indochina.
Okay, now the French occupation was till 1954 of this area, and it was completed that in Geneva Accords that they should leave this area completely, no control whatsoever. There are two countries now with respect to Vietnam. So this was the first Indochina War, 1946 to 1954. Okay, after World War II, to get France out, basically to kick France out. The French didn't want to. They both have their own government now. They fight and win, and Geneva Accords are signed, and French are kicked out for good. One is communist. Okay, what could go wrong exactly like North Korea?
Referendum on reuniting North and South. Many Northern
Americans will drop an atom bomb on Hanoi. Okay. Exactly what happened in North Korea. In South Korea, Vietnam was also divided into North Vietnam and South
Vietnamese
Vietnam.
Catholics fled south, while many Viet Minh went north to
We'll be back to continue the revolution.
plan ahead. The North Vietnam regime sought to take power away from the landlords and distribute the wealth among the peasants. Many people were executed and wrongly imprisoned. The referendum was held, but many were skeptical about its fairness. Diem rigged the votes, winning a ridiculously massive majority in keeping the South separate. Diem declared the South independent and became the Republic of Vietnam, with Saigon as its capital. Thus, declared the South independent and became the Republic of Vietnam, with Saigon as its capital. Thus, Vietnam would move into the Second Indochina War, or simply known in the West as the Vietnam War. The US looked on in fear, believing that communism would spread like dominoes, and if Vietnam fell, it would threaten India, Japan, and other nations in that region. Diem set about quelling any communist actions in the South, arresting and executing many people. He was a Roman Catholic, which any communist actions in the South, arresting and executing many people. He was a Roman Catholic, which was often at odds with the predominantly Buddhist population. In 1960, communist forces and other anti-government groups in the South were organized into the National Liberty. Communist forces and other odds with the predominantly Buddhist population. In 1960, communist forces.
Okay, so the picture is this separation of the country in Geneva Accord is artificial. Wait a minute, did we just... Yeah, we did. Session 2 is over, boys. Session 2 is over. I would like to meditate at this point, right? So let's meditate. All right. meditate for 5 minutes, I would suggest that count your breaths till 20 deep breaths. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. Did I mute? No, I did not. Let's go. Let's go. I feel so rejuvenated though. Just one game. That's it. All right. Okay. Okay. This is called Scotch game. Yeah, this is the way to go. Okay. Okay. Let's go. All right. All right. All right. You got him. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. So we have this. Okay. And then we have probably, alright, we'll do this. Oh shit, I completely botched it. Okay, alright, okay. Alright. What the hell did I do? Damn, I just completely botched it. Damn. Damn. This was bad. What? What the hell? I had great things, but I just could not. What? 3 in a row. Anyways, session 3 has started. 6:23. You didn't see that. You did not see that. Alright.
And other anti-government groups in the south were organized into the national.
So basically, there was the artificial, and Ho Chi Minh's revolution was the real revolution. So Viet Cong was.
National Liberation Front, or the Viet Cong, as they were branded by the South.
Viet Cong comes from Vietnam.
North Vietnam support came via the Ho Chi Minh Trail, a border-hopping trail connecting north and south via Laos and Cambodia. Support for the NLF was strongest in the countryside, which was being crushed by extreme rent and landlord reforms by the South government. The government, under US advisement and funding, tried to relocate many rural peasants into strategic hamlets to keep them away from the influence of the NLF insurgents, but the program was a failure and actually ended up strengthening the NLF. New US President John F. Kennedy faced many embarrassments with the spread of communism, such as the Bay of Pigs disaster, the construction of the Berlin Wall, and the growth of communist power in Laos. He believed Vietnam was where he could make a strong stand against the spread of communism. Kennedy was reluctant to put US troops on
We can give them equipment, we can send our men out there, but they have to unite the people of Vietnam against the
ground, believing that the South Vietnam Army had to defeat the NLF on their own, but they were disorganized, crippled by political corruption, and under constant attack from guerrilla on their own, but they were
Army of the Republic of
disorganized, crippled.
It's good to have a loyal Catholic at the top. Quell the coup before they happen. Major General Nguyen Van Cao. Alright, so basically South was in the communist, but basically everybody wanted, most of the Vietnamese wanted a unification of North and South, number one, and number two, they wanted a communist regime, which in turn made South Vietnam capitalist regime oppressive, and there was an LF, National Liberation Front.
By political corruption and under constant attack from guerrilla forces. More and more US military advisors and equipment were sent to
this should help you. This should help. We can't go wrong with security.
Vietnam to help, but despite this, the South Vietnam Army continued to suffer silly defeats at the hands of the NLF. By 1963, religious tensions ran high as the pro-Catholic government discriminated more and more against Buddhists, banning their flag, killing protesters, and raiding pagodas. Protests intensified. On November 1st, officers of the South Vietnam Army rose up against the government and captured the leaders in a coup d'etat.
We're not going to get more than we already have.
Ngo Dinh Diem and his brother and advisor Ngo Dinh Nho were brutally assassinated the following day. The NLF took advantage of the political chaos of the South and strengthened their position with the people. To add even more instability, John F. Kennedy was assassinated in Dallas, Texas, less than a month after the coup. Lyndon B. Johnson became the new US president, and things changed. After some more coups, General Nguyen Can became head of the South Vietnamese Military Council. The CIA had been training South Vietnamese forces and sending Vietnamese commandos on raids in the north. On August 2nd, 1964, the U.S. Navy ship, the USS Maddox, was monitoring signals coming from North Vietnam in the Gulf of Tonkin. It fired 3 warning shots at some North Vietnam torpedo boats, who opened fire with torpedoes and machine guns. The skirmish resulted in 4 Vietnamese casualties and no US casualties. 2 days later, a similar incident was reported from the Maddox, but it would later turn out to be false. But not before these incidents were used by
Before the renewed hostile attacks against United States ships on the high seas in the Gulf of Tonkin, me to order the military forces of the United States to take action in reply. The initial attack on the destroyer Maddox on August 2nd was repeated today by a number of hostile vessels attempting to use
by President Johnson to order an airstrike and get Congress to push through the Gulf of Tonkin resolution, which allowed him to escalate the United States' involvement in Vietnam without an actual declaration of war. Johnson ensured the US people that he would not be sending American boys over to Vietnam. Before he was re-elected, conscription in the United States, known as the draft, had been on the go constantly since 1940 to fill gaps in the army where volunteers weren't joining. As tensions in Vietnam escalated, many young men tried to avoid the draft, which could be a criminal offence. Come 1965, the NLF and North Vietnam forces continued their victories against the South. In February, while new Soviet Premier-elect Alexei Kosygin was on a state visit to strengthen ties with North Vietnam, the NLF attacked a US helicopter facility in Pleiku. In retaliation, Johnson ordered bombing campaigns over North Vietnam. It was also decided that the South Vietnam Army weren't enough to guard the US air bases. So on the 8th of March, the first US ground troops were sent to South Vietnam in the form of 3,500 Marines. Neighbouring Laos fell into civil war between the US-backed government and the communist Pathet Lao. US Operation Barrel Roll saw the aerial bombardment of the Pathet Lao, trying to deny Vietnam's access to the Ho Chi Minh Trail, but this didn't work. One particular bomb, which was used by the US throughout the war, was napalm, a sticky flammable chemical which was very effective at destroying jungle and causing mass devastation and terror. By the end of 1965, US ground forces had swollen to 200,000 troops, still with the view of defending South Vietnam, but troop morale was low. This defensive position was soon to change, however, as General William Westmoreland believed that US troops could end this war if they went on the offensive. A 3-point plan was made with a view to winning the war. Johnson approved and the war escalated. South Vietnamese Air Marshal Nguyen Cao Ky became Prime Minister in mid-1965, bringing a little political stability to the South. The US called its SEATO allies to contribute troops to the conflict, which they did, as did South Korea. Despite the change of focus to go on the offensive, the harsh conditions and lack of progress, President Johnson and the US government reassured the public that everything was going as planned. Amidst the war, the United Front for the Liberation of Oppressed Races rose up to oppose both North and South and defend minorities in the Central Highlands of Vietnam. In December 1966, Ho Chi Minh said of the Americans, if they want to make war for 20 years, then we shall make war for 20 years. If they want to make peace, we shall make peace and invite them to tea afterwards. It was a hard and grueling war of attrition, in which the US had the technological advantage, but the NLF and North Vietnam had the knowledge of the land and the support of many of the people. Underground tunnel networks were used by the NLF to secretly move around the countryside near Saigon, surprising US troops seemingly out of nowhere. Nguyen Van Thieu became president of South Vietnam in 1967 and would remain until 1975. On January 30th, 1968, the Vietnamese New Year known as Tet, the NLF and the North Vietnamese launched a massive offensive across the south, taking everyone by surprise. The Tet offensive saw 85,000 troops attacking over 100 cities, including the US Embassy in Saigon. Despite being caught unawares, the US and South Vietnamese counterattack was powerful and effective. The city of Hue, the former capital which lay near the border of North and South, was fiercely fought over. While occupying the city, NLF and North Vietnam forces brutally executed over 3,000 people. After a month of fighting, the city was retaken by the US and the South, but there was little left of the city standing. It was one of the bloodiest battles of the war. Media coverage of journalists on the ground in Vietnam differed from the official line coming from President Johnson, which damaged his credibility. The US people's approval of Johnson and the war plummeted. The conduct of some US forces was also very controversial. The My Lai massacre in March 1968 saw between 347 and 504 unarmed men, women and children massacred by US troops in Son Mai. The story didn't emerge to the public until November 1969. Peace talks between US and North Vietnam began in Paris in May 1968, which resulted in the stopping of bombing on North Vietnam. After a presidential campaign with many twists and turns, Richard Nixon was elected President of the United States. When Nixon came into office, the war was very unpopular and looking more and more unwinnable. Nixon began to withdraw troops from Vietnam in 1969 with a view of replacing them with South Vietnam forces. Ho Chi Minh died at the age of 79 in September 1969. Some ministers and military leaders formed a Politburo for collective leadership to see an end of the war. Unbeknownst to the public until the 2000s, Nixon actually sent a squadron of nuclear-armed B-52 bombers to the Soviet border in October in the hope that they'd believe he was mad enough to win the war in Vietnam at any cost. The US bombed NLF and North Vietnamese camps in neighbouring Cambodia. North Vietnam invaded Cambodia in support of the Cambodian communist movement Khmer Rouge, so US and South Vietnam in turn invaded Cambodia. This escalation angered many. Nationwide protests in America sprang up and 4 students were killed by National Guardsmen in Ohio. The South Vietnam Army invaded Laos, looking to cut off the Ho Chi Minh Trail, but it was a complete disaster. More controversies about the war became publicly known, including the Pentagon Papers revealing top-secret documents which were leaked to the New York Times. Nixon tried to block their publishing, but the Supreme Court ruled in favour of the papers. Nixon did begin to open talks with the Soviet Union and China, possibly to isolate North Vietnam from its communist allies. The Easter Offensive saw a new invasion from the NLF and North Vietnam in 1972. This resulted in the US recommencing the bombing of North Vietnam, which stopped the North's offensive. Eventually, after Hanoi and Haiphong were heavily bombed at the end of 1972, North and South came to the negotiating table with the US. Around this time, Lyndon Johnson died of heart disease in Texas. In January 1973, Nixon suspended any attacks on North Vietnam, ended the draft, and the Paris Accords were signed, ending the United States' involvement in the Vietnam War. All US ground troops were withdrawn by March. US Secretary of State Henry Kissinger and North Vietnam Foreign Minister Le Duc Tho were awarded the Nobel Peace Prize, but Tho refused, as true peace didn't exist yet in Vietnam, and right he was. The South's economy felt the vacuum left by the US Army, and spiking oil prices due to the trouble in the Middle East hit the South hard. In January 1974, the North used the dry season to retake much lost land from the South, while the United States was embroiled in the Watergate scandal and Nixon's ultimate resignation. Seeing the limited response from the South, the North pressed their advantage in 1975. Poor and confused leadership from Southern president led to massive gains by the North, capturing Da Nang and many other cities. A stream of retreating Southern forces and refugees headed for the coast. With the momentum built, the North moved to capture Saigon before the monsoon season. A desperate evacuation began of many US Marines and foreign diplomats by helicopter as Vietnam civilians trying desperately to escape were abandoned. On the 30th of April 1975, North Vietnam forces entered Saigon, raising the NLF flag, and the Vietnam War came to an end. In 1976, North and South would be unified into the Socialist Republic of Vietnam, and Saigon was renamed Ho Chi Minh City. All of former Indochina was now communist. The massive upheaval in Cambodia led to the terrible reign of the Khmer Rouge, led by Pol Pot, who would commit genocide of millions of Cambodians. Vietnam would go to war with Khmer Rouge, leading to more war with China and Thailand. Vietnam's economy struggled throughout the 70s and 80s, with many southern rice farmers refusing to cooperate with the state-run system, leading to aspects of capitalism creeping in. The wars and poor living led to many refugees. The US had dropped 7 million tons of bombs across Indochina throughout the war. Much of the unexploded bombs render much of the potential farmland in the region unusable to this day. This war deeply scarred the region. It also deeply scarred the psyche of the United States, the great world superpower which couldn't win a war against a small nation of communists. It led to a wariness towards US foreign intervention in the future, and whether it was worth the American lives, or the lives of those in whichever country for that matter. 58,220 American soldiers were killed during the war. Between 1 and 3 million Vietnamese were killed. The Cold War would chill on for another decade, and communism did not spread to India or Japan. The government chill on for another decade, and communism did not spread to India or Japan. The government of Vietnam today still claims to be socialist, but contains much of the capitalist corruption of neoliberalism. It has solid relations with the rest of the world, yet remains scarred by what they refer to as the American War. Thank you for watching, folks. This video.
Oh wait, let me paste. Okay. So if you like that, this is the channel John D. Ready? You can subscribe to this channel. After the shout out, let's just say that there will be some snipping. Alright, first of all, what we need to first understand what is French Indochina. When we say about French Indochina, it's basically Laos plus Cambodia plus Vietnam equal French colony. Alright. World War II, Japan occupy And okay, Japan occupied, but Ho Chi Minh's Viet Minh kicked them out and established a communist nation and declared independence. Independence. Communist State of Democratic Republic Republic of Vietnam was formed. French are still there and they stake claim on Vietnam and say it is a capitalist regime. This means a war between Viet Minh and the French. This implied First Indo-China War, 1946. They say claim on Vietnam and said it's capitalist regime. This means a war between Vietnam and the French. This implied First Indo-China War. Indo-China War. Viet Minh win. French lose their whole colony, and Geneva Accords are signed. Geneva Accords mean they split Vietnam into North Vietnam and South Vietnam. By USSR. Socialist regime was backed by USSR and China. When to the colony, they split Vietnam into North and South Vietnam. What is this? Wait a minute, huh? So we are back. All right. We did that, and we did that. Right. So Geneva Accords were signed. So this is important, and Geneva Accords. We have Democratic Republic of Vietnam and State of Vietnam. This State of Vietnam is capitalist, and the Democratic Republic of Vietnam is communist, as you can see with the red. And all right. So now, capitalism banned by US and socialism banned by USSR and Mao Zedong and Viet Minh win. Minh means win. All right, French lose their country. So basically, they were a French colony in Vietnam. Mm-hmm. All right, French lose their colony and Geneva Accord assigned. Okay. One more thing is there that in general public to be in the communist regime. Why? Because poor unless people work and be given land under collectivization. Secondly, this situation is eerily similar to North Korea. Let's see. 6.3. All right, session 3 is over. And what we do, we play chess. We take revenge. We take our elo back. Let's go. We take our elo back. 5 sessions. 2 chess games. Can we take? Can we win? Can we win? We can win, obviously. E4, E5, and let's go. Let's go. Scotch game. Knight. No knights. All right. All right. All right. This is a variation, I would say. That. All right. I would just castle, and I can always do this. And I can say I do this. And if I'm pushed back, I will do this. And if I do this, I will do this, just in case. Alright, alright. He just gave it for free, I believe. And this is under attack. And this is under attack. He has to go here. And do I want to open it? Well, okay, so here and here and here. We can go here. And let's say, oh, that would have been great. Okay, then this is fine. And this is this. And then this. Oh no! What the hell? I did not see that. What? I'm giving free elo. Damn it. Oh my god! What the hell? Ah, damn it. I have to resign, bro. What was that? That was completely unexpected. Bro, I'm talking. I'm talking so I cannot even win. That's fine though. This is for enjoyment and I'm enjoying this. Wow. Now I have this. Oh, too much developed. Too much. Everything is developed. I'm a well-developed nation, bro. Bro, you are completely developed. That's nice. Oh my God. Yeah. Okay. So let's do this. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Oh my God. I just. Oh my God. What the hell? All right. Let's say we wanted this. Let's say we wanted this. Let's say we wanted this. Oh, all right, all right. Let's say we wanted this. So do we have a plan? Yes, we have a plan. We actually pulled it back though. Oh yes. Hey. Ooh. No, 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 no. What? No. That's so unexpected. Damn. We just lost Elo. Okay. Damn. We have lost every game. No worries though. Will he take it? Oh, he took. What will come next? Okay. Okay. I'm going here, bro. What about you? All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. All right. I am threatening this. I'm threatening this. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Oh, what the hell did I do? Okay. 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 Let's go here and let's go here. Let's go here. We had to go here. We had. Oh no! Why again and again? Damn. Let's go here. And I'm so slow. Damn it. Alright. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Why am I so slow? What has happened? I don't understand. I am not understanding. What the hell is happening? Why am I so slow? Damn, it's so hard talking and playing. Damn. Damn. Damn, it's really hard. Damn. I lost everything. I was playing so poorly, man. Talking and playing so hard. Shit. I don't know how pros do it, bro. It's so difficult. Anyways, 659, 653, 653. Ah, yeah, that is actually okay because we lost so quickly. Session 4 has started. 6. And let's say 7. Excellent connection, right? Yeah, 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 yeah. Mm. Mm. Okay, so now we are talking about the Geneva Accord. Secondly, this is usually similar to North Korea. That is also true. French Indochina, basically Laos, Cambodia plus Vietnam. French are still there, and they stay claim on Vietnam and say it is a capitalist regime. This means the war between okay, the French colony. All right. There's a division. There's a division. Now this division is artificial. That is artificial. 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 Hmm. All right. And there's a Ho Chi Minh Trail. There's a concept of Ho Chi Minh Trail. Ho Chi Minh Trail. Ho Chi Minh Trail. Ho Chi Minh Trail. It was a military supply route running from Vietnam through to South Vietnam. Yes, exactly. This pretty much is what I wanted. You know? Yeah. A military route from North Vietnam to South Vietnam. The military route in South Vietnam passing through Laos and Cambodia. This is Ho Chi Minh Trail. Alright. Military route. Alright. This really helped them. Now Gulf of Tonkin is important. This Gulf of Tonkin is really important. Alright, alright. So once we have gone this, now we have oopsie daisy. Okay, so after this was the Ho Chi Minh Trail, which is a military route which held them. Now, what happened? There was a referendum. Now there's a referendum. Hmm. Now I don't understand. Okay, so after Geneva, why was the second war fought? Yes, why? Why that happened?
Cambodia and Laos were also granted independence, ending French Indochina. Ngo Diem became the prime minister in the south. As South Vietnam prepared for a referendum on reuniting North and South, many Northern Vietnamese Catholics fled south, while many Viet Minh went north to plan ahead. The North Vietnam regime sought to take power away from the landlords and distribute the wealth among the peasants. Many people were executed and wrongly imprisoned. The referendum was held, but many were skeptical about its fairness. Diem rigged the votes, winning a ridiculously massive majority and keeping the South separate. Diem declared the South independent and became the Republic of Vietnam, with Saigon as its capital. Thus Vietnam would move into the Second Indochina War, or simply known in the West as the Vietnam War. The US looked on in fear, believing that communism would spread like
Okay, the domino theory explains the referendum in South Vietnam over unification. Do I want to know it? Oh. The divided Vietnam. The French backed Vietnam, led by Bao Dai, provisionally held control of South. Ho Chi Minh's Vietnam held the North and the which Ho Chi Minh had organized. The agreement said that nationwide elections were to be held. Okay. And there will be a nationwide referendum. Whatever had been allowed under the Geneva anti-communist military personnel were to evacuate the South, while communist forces were moved to North, civilian freedom of whichever zone they preferred. Their advisor, Colonel Edward Lansdale, said a campaign independent people to move to South Vietnam. This community of Vietnam Catholics who were to provide Diem's power base in his later years. The God has gone south. Blah 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 blah. At the time, the prayer had clashed loud eyes, interviewing earlier, believing attract US support and funding during the transition period, maintained a presence. That's blah 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 blah. Failed, even patients. Blah 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 blah. I'm going French. Buoyed by successes and fueled by about more confident as he went. All right. So actually, Geneva won. said this. Geneva Accord, Geneva Accord, within 2 years, a referendum must be done for opinion of people on unification. Referendum. Alright, referendum. South Vietnam votes to be separate. US Catholics went south in this election. This vote probably was the US. South Vietnam votes to be separate, to remain separate. US Catholics went south, and this vote probably was rigged by the US. Okay, so they held a referendum. Then why was the need of war? They would have remained separate. So why the war? Why the war?
Dominoes, and if Vietnam fell, it would threaten Indochina War, or simply known in the West as its capital. Diem declared the South independent and became the Republic of Vietnam, with Saigon as its capital. Thus Vietnam would move into the Second
Indochina. We had to see this. Now we are deep. NLF, Vietcong, and the People's Army of Vietnam. Alright. Reason. Why did they fight? Vietnam Vietnam War was supported by Soviet. And the US said the war was fight. Are why? No. What was the trigger? For second channel. Yeah. Human, Indian, control, and the overall. Oh, they don't have communication. Entertainment. Once, was that once or reconcile issues. This DM. Buddhist monk set himself on fire. Other monks began to immolate themselves in Buddhist crisis. Let's confirm that number. Who? Gordon no. Association. Ugh. Not this. Wait a minute, I had to do it again.
Indochina War, or simply known in the West as the Vietnam War. The US looked on in fear, believing that communism would spread like dominoes, and if Vietnam fell, it would threaten India, Japan, and other nations in that region. Diem set about quelling any communist actions in the South, arresting and executing many people. He was a Roman Catholic, which was often at odds with the predominantly Buddhist population. In 1960, communist forces and other anti-government groups in the South were organized into the National Liberation Front, or the Viet Cong, as they were branded by the South. North Vietnam support came via the Ho Chi Minh Trail, a border-hopping trail connecting north and south via Laos and Cambodia.
Okay. This was not acceptable to the communist revolutionaries in South Vietnam, since they know that the vote was rigged. This meant that North Vietnam must go to want to help their So, hey, it's a referendum was rigged. That is why they went to the war.
Cambodia. Support for the NLF was strongest in the countryside, which was being crushed by extreme tried to relocate many rural peasants. The program was a failure and many embarrassments with the Smith power in Laos. He believed Vietnam was where he could make a strong stand against.
Alright, now, given this referendum, South Vietnam would remain separate. As I South is for probably rigged by since they know this Cold War with South. US involvement, containment policy plus Eisenhower's domino theory slash hypothesis. Theory suggested that following Viet Cong. Alright. Referendum was the tipping point for the second one. Now the second.
The spread of communism had a constant attack, but despite this, the 1963 banning their flag, killing protesters, and army rose up against the government and captured the leaders in a coup d'etat. The NLF took advantage of the political chaos of the South and strengthened their position with the people. To add even more instability, Lyndon B. Johnson Khan's forces and U.S. Navy ship fired 3 warning shots at some North Vietnamese products, order an airstrike and involvement sending United States and Army were voluntary. The Vietnam Declaration of Revolution was resulted in from North Vietnam.
इसमें momentous times. Duncan.
Vietnam torpedoes would later strike and get Congress to push through the goal in actual Vietnam draft, joining criminals against the South. With North Vietnam, the NLF attacked a US helicopter facility in Pleiku. In retaliation, Germany weren't enough to guard the US air bases, in the form of 3,500 Marines. Lao. US Operation Barrel Roll saw the aerial but this flammable. By the end of 1965, US ground forces morale was low. This war proved and the war escalated. South Vietnamese Air Marshal Nguyen Cao Qui became Prime Minister in NATO allies to contribute troops to the conflict, which they did, as did South Korea. Despite the change of focus to go on the offensive, the harsh conditions, and lack of progress, President Johnson and the US government reassured the public. Races rose up to oppose both North and South and defend minorities and Americans if they shall make the US had the technological advantage. People on surprising US troops seemingly out of nowhere. Nguyen Van 75. NLF and the North Vietnamese saw 85,000 troops caught unawares. The US capital, which lay near the border, was brutally executed, but there was little journalists on the ground. The US people's approval of John 500 began in Paris in May 1960. With many twists and turns, Richard Nixon was elected president and more unwinnable. Nixon began to withdraw troops from Vietnam in 1980 at the age of 7 to Bureau for collective leadership and a squadron of nuclear-armed B-52 bombers to the Soviet border in October in the hope that they'd believe he was mad camps in neighbouring Cambodia. North Vietnam invaded Cambodia in support of Cambodia. This escalation angered many. Nationwide protests in America sprang up and 4 students were killed by National Guard trail, but it was a complete disaster. More controversies about the war became public times. Nixon tried to block their publishing, but the Supreme Court ruled in favour of the papers. Nixon did begin to open talks with the Soviet Union and China, possibly to isolate North Vietnam from its communist allies. The Easter Offensive saw a new invasion from the NLF and North Vietnam in 1972. This resulted in the US recommencing the bombing of North Vietnam, which stopped the North's offensive. Eventually, after Hanoi and Haiphong were heavily bombed at the end of 1972, North and South came to the negotiating table with the US. Around this time, Lyndon Johnson died of heart disease in Texas. In January 1973, Nixon suspended any attacks on North Vietnam, ended the all-US Vietnam True Peace US Army. 1974, the North used scandal and Nixon's ultimate 75. Poor and confused leadership from Southern president led to massive gains by the North, capturing Da Nang and many others. The momentum built, the Northern from the South.
Apparently, fourth session is over. Fourth session is over with. Can I redeem myself? Bro, I will not talk. Bro, I need to get my elo back. What the hell, man? I just completely got wrecked. Let's go. I believe in myself. Let's go. Alright. Come on, bro. He's running out the time, man. Shit. See, I was not talking. I played a pretty good game. Well, I mean, full of blunders, but I did win. I will put this guy. What the hell? No, he was not. Block. Block this guy. Ah, you thought. You thought. You thought. Uh-huh. I got you. I got you. Yes. All right. Oh. All right. All right. Uh-huh. Okay. We can have this. All right. That's fine. Oh shit. I completely forgot. Oh. Oh. Accept. That was so close, man. All right. So we have. What do we have here? That's the way. I like it. I have space advantage, right? I need this to be in a better place. All right. Let's go here. Okay. Now we have this. Let's go here. Let's do some trades. Oh, I won completely on time. Bruh. Oh, come on. I'm learning something. Session 5 has started. And it has been 7:37 a.m. Alright, so just from the analysis, US had to pull out. This pull out completely made South Vietnam versus weak North. NLF storm South and sack Saigon. What was that? Completely weak. Exact same thing happened in Afghanistan. US fought on its own accord but lost to local knowledge, pulled out, and the fighting group resistance Kabul is the new Saigon. Kabul is the new Saigon. All right. So if nothing interesting was there, else Saigon moment. So Saigon. So when he said Saigon, So I could have missed that. Saigon. It's a Saigon moment. Exactly. When it is disintegration for the parent one, it is an accumulation of individual outputs in rural areas where hungry and ammunition depleted soldiers, fighters, and promise safe passages. They surrender and left behind their apparently short ranges the University of Islam from West insist on ruling for the modern military. So this is done now. Tum, tum, tum. Now we look forward and just quickly go to where we were yesterday. This was yes, this one, right. So yesterday we learned Arctic Ocean and Antarctic's really big difference. Arctic Ocean is a slab of Arctic is basically a slab of ice. Whereas Antarctic is a piece of land covered with ice. So Arctic Ocean is sea ice, it is land ice, all of that stuff. Stratospheric clouds and pole melting. Stratospheric clouds and Arctic. The stratosphere is there, the form. Nacre. Due to the high altitude and curvature of the surface from below. Polar strata below minus temperature. Winter. Surface low temperature. Under different atmospheric conditions, the available water vapor. This change would cause warming. It is
Hello friends, welcome to video series on geography. Sorry for the long pause, I had issues with my blog, so it took time for me to sort out things with my blog. Till now, under the video series on geography, I completed videos on geomorphology, and then I made videos on various important concepts under climatology. This particular video on polar vortex is the last concept under climatology. So in this video, we'll see about polar vortex, ozone depletion, and polar stratospheric clouds. Polar stratospheric clouds are formed during polar vortex event, and these particular clouds are very important because they deplete ozone, which is present in the stratosphere. So we'll see these things in detail. So polar vortex is a polar cyclone which forms over both the poles, that is the North Pole as well as the South Pole. And these cyclones are held in place by a strong jet stream, which is polar jet. So we have two different important jet streams. One is polar, other one is subtropical jet stream. So the polar vortex is held in place by polar jet. And when this jet is very strong, the polar vortex stays in its place, whereas when this jet weakens, in such a case the jet would slip into the neighboring temperate regions and brings extreme cold conditions in the temperate regions. And when the polar jet is very strong, in such a case the polar vortex will be very strong, and under such a scenario the polar vortex can reach to the bottom layers of stratosphere touching the ozone, and the nitric acid which is present in the polar stratospheric clouds which are formed due to this extreme polar vortex event deplete the ozone which is present in stratosphere. So this polar vortex, when it is very strong, it is extremely damaging for the ozone, especially the one that is caused by the polar vortex at the South Pole is very damaging, and hence we have ozone depletion which is very significant at the South Pole. We have a very huge ozone hole which is due to mainly due to halocarbons which are used as major refrigerants in the 1970s and 80s. So we'll see all these things in detail. So polar vortex is a very huge cyclonic phenomena where the cyclone would extend till few kilometers. It might extend from the bottom layers of troposphere to the bottom layers of stratosphere. So its vertical extent can be about 20 to 23 kilometers. So it can touch up to the layers of ozone.
Well, so from this is new. Till now, all I understood was polar stratospheric clouds only need temperature and water to form in the stratosphere. Stratosphere in itself is very dry due to obviously the inversion that is there are how can the water evaporate, right? How does it evaporate? If you see there are so if I consider if I consider I don't know so if I consider a hot surface, that will be a low pressure area accompanied by a high pressure area above. This hot low pressure area, if for example has some water body or water collection there, then obviously this water will start to evaporate. Just to maintain a vapor pressure, there has to be an equilibrium. There cannot be even at 4 degrees Celsius there is triple point. There's triple point. Then at 4 degrees Celsius also there is gaseous form, and that is how the equilibrium is maintained, right? Vapor pressure is there. There's pressure. Uh, Basically there's pressure. If the pressure is applied on a liquid, it will turn into vapors. That is how thermodynamics works. Now it gathers, and now this air is rising. Now this vapor form of water creates humidity, and hotter air has larger capacity of holding water. As it cools due to adiabatic expansion, this capacity reduces. this capacity reduces. So all in all, if the air does not move up, the water will not move up. And as we know, the troposphere has a tropopause. So the air does not go, this convection, this movement of air does not, this current we will say, does not go above the tropopause, which would mean that water does not cross the tropopause, which would mean that stratosphere is dry. So we do not expect a cloud, which is a bag of condensed water, to form there. But if somehow there is water and low enough temperatures, then clouds are formed, which these cold enough temperatures are provided in the polar region, and hence we have polar stratospheric clouds. Now he says that polar vortex are the reason. Let's see. Let's see why he says this.
And it is formed in the polar regions because of subsidence of air in the polar regions. We know that there are different kinds of atmospheric circulations, like we have Ferrel cell, Hadley cell, and polar cell. So in the polar cell we have subsidence of air at the poles, and this particular polar cell creates the polar vortex because the subsidence is associated with convergence of air in the upper levels of troposphere. So here we have an extreme low pressure system which is responsible for this cyclone, and at the bottom layers it is subsiding air, so the pressure is high. Here we don't see much influence at the bottom layers, but this particular cyclone extends from mid layers of troposphere till the bottom layers of stratosphere, and its horizontal extent is very huge. It can extend up to few layers of subsiding low pressure. Subsidence is a cell creates the polar vortex because the subsidence is associated with convergence of air in the upper levels of troposphere. So here we have an extreme low pressure system which is responsible for this cyclone, and at the bottom layers it is subsiding air, so the pressure is high. Here we don't see much influence at the bottom layers, but this particular cyclone extends from mid layers of troposphere till the bottom layers of stratosphere, and its horizontal extent is very huge. It can extend up to few 100 to 1 to 2000 kilometers, whereas we have tropical and temperate cyclones which are much smaller in size, and they are held in place by jet stream, which is also called as polar front, which is formed between 2000 extend from high troposphere at like in the 3 kilometers, so it can touch up to the layers of ozone, and it is formed in the polar regions because of subsidence of air in the polar regions. We know that there are different kinds of atmospheric circulations, like we have Ferrel cell, Hadley cell, and polar cell. So in the polar cell we have subsidence of air at the poles, and this particular polar cell creates the polar vortex because the subsidence is associated with convergence of air in the upper levels of troposphere. So here we have an extreme low pressure system which is responsible for this cyclone, and at the bottom layers it is subsiding air, so the pressure is high.
So here we don't see cyclone, right? It is not a cyclone. For a cyclone, you'll have to have, it is an anti-cyclone.
Much influence at the bottom layers, but this particular cyclone extends from mid layers of troposphere till the bottom layers of stratosphere, and its horizontal extent is very huge. It can extend up to few 100 to 1 to 2000 kilometers, whereas we have tropical and temperate cyclones which are much smaller in size, and they are held in place by jet stream, which is also called as polar front, which is formed between polar cell and the Ferrel cell. So polar vortex is very strong when the jet stream is very strong. That is, we can see here we can see a single polar vortex which is mainly due to a strong jet stream which is held in its place. When the jet stream is weak, that is when it starts to meander, it gives rise to a waves called as Rossby waves. Rossby wave is nothing but a meandering jet stream. In such a case, the polar vortex is weak, it can slip into the neighboring temperate regions. And coming to how this particular thing slips into temperate regions, first we need to know a little about jet streams, where we have a meandering jet stream. The curve towards the equator is called as ridge, and the curve towards the curve towards the pole is called as ridge, and the one towards the equator is called as trough. So the ridge region is associated with convergence of air, and here we have subsidence of air. As a result, extreme high pressure system are created at the surface of Earth. And in the other case, the reverse happens and we have low pressure systems. So we have seen all these things in detail in the previous videos. So under such an influence, we have alternating high, low, and high pressure systems. Like when we can see here, when the jet stream is weak, we have high, low, and high pressure systems. So when these high pressure cells or high pressure systems are formed, they are usually pushed towards poles, that is in the ridge region. As a result, when a polar vortex is formed in this particular region, these particular high pressure cells
Have I made it? I don't understand.
squeezes this polar vortex, making it slip into the temperate regions. So under the influence of these high pressure cells as well as the low pressure cell which is created here, the polar vortex slips into the mid latitude regions, especially when the jet stream is very weak, and it brings extreme cold weather to the mid latitude region. So we can see here, when the jet stream is strong, it will be the polar vortex will be placed at the poles, whereas when it's weak, it might slip into the neighboring regions. So it causes extreme cold wave scenario like it happened in USA and Canada about 2 to 3 years ago. And this is very frequent. It happens in every 5 to 10 years. And whenever it happens, it brings very devastating climatic conditions in these regions. Especially the flooding after the cyclone retreats is very damaging to the region. So the polar vortex is closely related to ozone hole depletion. So first let us understand what is ozone hole. Ozone hole is nothing but the depletion of ozone at both the poles because of the presence of polar stratospheric clouds, as well as which accentuate the reaction of halocarbons. Halocarbons are nothing but hydrocarbons where an hydrogen atom is replaced by a halogen atom. For example, let us take methane, which it is an hydrocarbon. So instead of CH4, we might have CH3, where one hydrogen atom is replaced by a chlorine or bromine or any other atom, which are called as halogens. Halogens are nothing but non-metallic reactive elements which are very reactive, like chlorine, bromine, iodine, etc. So when these atoms come in contact with ozone, which is called as O3, which is represented by O3, then they have the capacity to peel a oxygen atom from this O3 molecule. Hence Cl gets converted into chlorine monoxide. In such a case, the O3 is depleted to ozone, so the ozone is broken into O and O2. So this particular kind of reaction leads to depletion of ozone. So this is how ozone depletion occurs under the influence of halocarbons. Halocarbons are nothing but the hydrocarbons with halogen atoms, and halogens are very reactive non-metallic elements like chlorine, bromine, etc.
For this UPSC, I don't want. Only vortex. What is a polar vortex? National Weather Service. All right. We have reached the end of session 5. Congratulations, you have done 2.5 hours of intense study. Let me see if I have a breakfast or not, and we will continue if we don't have breakfast. I guess we'll have to wait. Stretch yourself or you will wreck yourself. Let's go. We won, I guess. Alright, alright, alright. Let me focus. E4, E5. Alright, alright, alright. Standard sort game. Oh, okay. Alright. It's checkmate. Easy. E4, E5. That's nice. Standard. Evans Gambit, bro. Let's go. Do you know? Do you know theory? Oh, he knows. Alright. I take the center control. And okay. Okay. Alright. Uh-huh. Oh. Oh shit. Oh, it was really good. I don't know what I did. Damn, that was really close. What is this? Hmm. What was that? What the hell was that? I won that game really easily. Oh, what did that, bitch? What did that? All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Now, all I have to do is this. is probably bad. Alright. Okay, I will do this. Alright. Then we will do this. 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 Oh fuck. Messed up. Yes! We won. Bro, the blunders. The blunders were real. Session 6 has started, bro. Oh my god, I had an aneurysm. And we do this, and we do that, and we win. Easy. Chess is an easy game. I just lost 3 games, and then I won 2 games. That is easy, right? Polar vortex. Polar vortex. Cold air in a low pressure near the polar jet stream, and cold air from the south into the US. Alright. What is the polar vortex? What is this? What is this bullshit? Is a large area of low pressure and cold air surrounding Earth. It always exists near the pole, but weakens in summer and strengthens in winter. The term vortex refers to the counterclockwise flow of air. Counterclockwise flow of air. Counterclockwise. So that means like this. No, like this. All right. If I would to have trade winds, if this were they turn to their right, to their right. So the wind is going out. It is going out. That means it is subsiding. It is subsiding. The cyclones in north. Cause cyclone to be in counterclockwise direction in northern hemisphere. What? Uh, if the movement is out, then it will go to the right and it will be clockwise. If it is going out, but if it is going in, then it will be anti-clockwise. That is correct. So if it is not, so anti-clockwise is when it is low pressure. It is low pressure. Right. The center is low pressure zone. So the air is rushing in or going out, high to low. So it is rushing in. If it is rushing in, then it is cyclonic. That is correct. Bringing attention to that. 1 minute. How much? Yes, it's time to have breakfast. So it's a breakfast break. Things have started and so it's breakfast break. And 720p as well. That's nice. 720p. That's nice. Okay. I hope you all utilize that time for filling yourselves up with the necessary. In the meantime, let's go. All right, Queens. Oh my god. He was extremely fast and I was extremely slow. What the hell? He was damn too far. Mouse slip was amazing. I liked that mouse slip. could have flagged him, but I could not. Could have, should have, would have, could have. Ay, 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 this is so bad. Yes, yes, we won. We won, we won. Last game. Absolute last. Then these all are all battles, man. I kid myself. What the hell? हाँ हाँ खा ouch. Sad. I'm playing so sad. Damn. He tried to flag me? The bishop completely ruined everything for him. Damn. The bishop was not a bishop at all. Bro, what the hell are those bishops, man? What are they doing? Bishops of hell. A song can be written. Such powerful bishops. Yikes, 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 yikes. But I don't care at all. I said, oops. So I had time, and I just completed this right guy. He tried to flag me, man. He tried to flag me. Damn. These people trying to flag me are losing. Those who play fairly are not. That is the. That was a poor game. So I gotta take a shit. I'll be right back. Right back. Shit, bro. Oh my god. Unfortunate nature call. I'm really sorry. We actually lost one session, I believe. My bad. But we were here. Alright, alright. The session is restart, I would say. Hmm. Weather focus examine the cold water and looking at the condition tens of thousands of feet up in the atmosphere. However, when we feel extremely cold air from the atmosphere at Earth's surface, looking at conditions tens of thousands of feet above, however, when we feel extremely cold air after feelings, it is sometimes associated with polar vortex. This is not confined to the US portion, where all systems are connected to the polar itself. The only danger is when we should be even more understanding. Stratospheric vortex and tropospheric vortex in the direction of Earth's spin, but they are distinct phenomena that have different sizes, structures, seasons, and weather. High speeds, cyclonically rotating winds around 15 km to 50 km high, poleward of 50 degrees, and is strongest in the winters. It forms in autumn when Arctic and Antarctica cool rapidly as the polar night begins. What is a polar night? Polar night is a phenomenon where the light night lasts for more than 24 hours that occurs in the northern mornings and obviously above 60 degrees. The increased temperature difference between the pole and the tropic causes strong winds, and the equator causes it to spin up. As the polar night ends, a sudden stratospheric warming is an event that occurs on the eastern during winter and can have significant impact on the tropospheric is often divided as the area poleward of the tropospheric jet stream. The equatorward edge is around 40 degree to 50 degree, and it extends from the surface up extends from the surface up to around 10 km to 15 km. Its yearly cycle differs from stratospheric vortex because the tropospheric vortex exists all year, and as we have seen earlier, stratospheric polar vortex forms in autumn when there is polar nights that are going to start. The tropospheric polar vortex was first described in but it is similar since it is also the strongest in winter and the polar region. The coldest, it is over 1952, 100 years apart. The tropospheric polar vortex was mentioned frequently in the news and weather media in the cold North American winter of 2013-14, popularizing the term as an expansion of very cold temperatures. The tropospheric vortex increased the tropospheric vortex increased in public visibility in 2021 as a result of extreme temperature in the central United States. with some sources linking its effects to climate change. Ozone depletion occurs within the polar vortices, particularly over the southern hemisphere, reaching a maximum depletion in the spring. Northern hemisphere. When the tropospheric vortex of the Arctic is strong, it is well defined. It is a single vortex with a jet stream that is well constrained near the polar front. And the Arctic is well contained. When the northern tropospheric vortex weakens, which it generally does, it will break into two or more smaller vortices, the strongest of which are near Baffin Island. It is the largest island in Canada and the fifth largest island in the world, and the other over northeast Siberia. When it is very weak, the flow of Arctic air becomes very disorganized, and the masses of cold Arctic air can push equatorward, bringing them a rapid and sharp temperature drop. A deep freeze that gripped much of the United States and Canada in late January 2019 has been blamed on a polar vortex. This is not scientifically correct use of the term polar vortex, but instead is referring to outbreaks of cold Arctic air caused a weakened polar vortex. The US National Weather Service warned that frostbite is possible within just 10 minutes of being outside in such extreme temperatures, and hundreds of schools, colleges, and universities in the affected areas were closed. Around 21 people died in US due to severe frostbite. States within the Midwest region of the United States had winters just above -50 degrees Fahrenheit, that is -45 degrees Celsius. The polar vortex is also thought to have had effects in Europe. For example, in 2013 to 14, United Kingdom winter floods were blamed in severe cold. Similarly, the severe cold in United Kingdom in the winter were also blamed on the polar vortex. The bases of the two polar vortices are located in the middle and upper troposphere and extend into stratosphere. Beneath that, beneath lies a large mass of cold, dense Arctic air. The interface between the cool, dry air mass of the pole and the warm, moist air mass further south defines the location of the polar front. The polar front is centered roughly at 60-degree latitude. A polar vortex strengthens in winter and weakens in summer because of its dependence on the temperature difference between the equator and pole. Polar cyclones are low pressure zones. Oh, wait a minute. It would do us nicely if we were to understand fronts. I do believe I have watching those. Hmm. What is my flat? This one, but certificate. What am I thinking? Certificate. Oh, Physical geography. The difference between climate and weather, elements of weather and climate, rainfall, pressure, temperature, humidity, winds, sunshine, clouds, other elements pertaining to visibility, the atmosphere, insolation, elements of climate and factors affecting them, temperature, factors influencing temperature, precipitation, rainfall, pressure and planetary winds, land and sea breeze, foehn wind or chinook wind, cyclonic activity, climate types and natural vegetation, world climate types. Questions? Where are the fronts? Temperate, steppe climate. Cyclonic activity. Oh, 114. Yes. This type of rainfall is independent of relief or convection. It is purely associated with cyclonic activity, whether in the temperate region or convergence of two different air masses with different temperatures and other physical properties. As cold air is denser, it tends to remain close to the ground. The warm air is lighter and tends to rise over the cold air. As shown in figure in ascent, pressure decreases, air expands and cools, condensing liquid, and light shower called cyclonic. The heavier and colder air masses eventually pushes up overnight and skies clear again. Polar cyclones are low pressure zones embedded within the polar air mass year round and latitudes above the subtropical jet stream. Horizontally, most polar vortices have a radius of less than 1,000 kilometers. Since polar exists from the stratosphere downward to the mid-troposphere, a variety of high pressure, a variety of heights slash pressure levels are used to mark its position. Stratification. Uh, Looks like this was wrong. The waxing and waning of polar driven by the movement of mass and the transfer of heat in the autumn is circumpolar. When increase in speed and polar vortex rises into the stratosphere, the result is that the polar air forms a coherent rotating air mass. As winter approaches, the vortex core cools and the winds decrease, and the vortex energy declines. Once late winter and early spring approach, the vortex is at its weakest. As a result, during late winter, as winter approaches, the vortex core cools, the winds decrease. Okay. I don't know when I started. Fifty-five, 25, 25. So session 6 has ended. Boys, session 6 has ended. That was quick. Still could not understand the polar vortex. Alright. Ha ha ha! Hey, hey. Huh? Hey.
What it do, flight crew?
Let's go, flight!
FTC.
Let's go, flight!
Flight team, stand up!
Yeah!
FTC, the strongest, is finally August. We got the Mentor Martin!
I don't know. I might get copyright strike, bro. I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Sorry, flight. I could not watch that. I could not watch that. Oh my god. Oh my god. Dun, 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 dun. What can I watch and what I cannot? This is NBA. I cannot watch that. All right. All right. All right. I cannot watch that. I cannot watch that. Damn. He's doing the same thing. Nice. Okay, so let's check out gs.com. So we will be playing one match. One match only we have time for one match. Damn, how much? Oh, he's 1400 rated. He's gonna crush me. He's gonna crush me. I don't think so. Oh no, we started off bad. All right, we just let's pretend that was a gambit. Let's go. Okay. Okay. Let's say that was a gambit. Alright, we are threatening this and this. Alright. Okay, okay, okay. Oh my god. That was devastating. Okay, okay, okay. He did a mistake and we capitalize. Alright. Alright. Okay, alright. That was nice. Alright. 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 Oh no! We did a mistake. Will he? Yes, he's trying to do that. I understand that. Yes. Alright. That is nice. He just gave me 3 pieces. Let's go! Let's go! We beat a 1400. Let's go! Phew! That was amazing. Now. Uh, temperature at equator and sun. I don't want to. Um, Poles. Let's see like that. Weather by month. Antarctica graph. Right. This. What is this? Weather by month. Alright, alright. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Climate at North Pole. North Pole is a city with a. Climate data. What? I don't trust this. Annual temperatures. Yes. McMurdo, American McMurdo station. And this is Antarctic, right? McMurdo. South Pole and the temperature. Vostok, the geomagnetic pole. Alright, so this is how it goes. So August. From it is minus right here. Equator temperature. Average temperature in the equator. Okay. Um, let's see. August, September, October. August, September, October. Let me mark it. It's gonna be. It will remain the same. Daily mean, average, high daily mean. 27, 28, 27, 28. Okay. What is this? I don't know. Okay. So let me do this. Alright. So we will chart what is known as, okay, in the North Pole. This is how, what is this? Temperature in the polar region. What is this? I don't believe in this. Temperature in the polar region. Let's see some representation. What is this? Yes, finally. Figure 2 shows the average one in the southern hemisphere, the South Pole, on the edge of the Arctic Ocean, in a Canadian town called Alert. In the months of, oh, it's okay. It's like this. All right. As you can see, in July it is the max, right? And then, but this is not the accurate representation of tropical. So, in general, South Pole. How is this possible? 20 degrees? Can we have some graphs? Tick say. Alright. It is like this. It is like this. Should we go to positives? Centrally. Alright. Okay, the South Oh, it's different completely. Canadian town of alert. 82 degrees north. It is North Pole. Alright, alright. So this is what this map is very good. This would show us Antarctic and a little bit bigger. Is that a little bit bigger? Down right here. Alright. 27. Let's say when the autumn start, let's just say So if I plot it, this daily mean in January was 26.5. 26.5 roughly here in January. Let me do it. Look, 26.5. Then it was 26.2, a little lower. Then it was 26.3, roughly the same. 0.2, 26.8, a little more than before. 27, 28, 30 maybe. 27.4. This is August. Hey. Uh. Let's say, alright, this is what, this is 493, and this is 428, and this is 490, so 60, right? So 30, that means 460 right here. It's just about the middle, right here. Let's say at this point we have 5, alright, and now we have 27.5 right here. So when we say 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 26, 25, 428, 493. I can do this. 428, 493 divided by 4. Ah, 123, 75. 460. This right here, right here. Alright, 25, 428, 20 divided by 6, 54, this is 26, and 27, and 28, and 9, and then we have a 30. Alright, so now when I say the daily mean was 26.5, so it was right here 26.5. Here, then it was 26.2. It was right here, and when I said 26.3, it was right here. Then I said 26.4, it was right here. My bad. 26.4, 26.8, that is 247. Right here, 6.8, same 26.8, and 26.8, and then this was July. Yes, July. Alright. And August is 27.4. This is 27, 447, 447, 443. This is 27.4. Then what is this? 28. It is 440. 440. When I join them, I will use this and this. Let me join it with this. 23 minutes. Okay, okay. Session 7 started at 10. Now I know there is some kind of increase, if I would say. September. September is particularly the time. Um, the black is North Pole. In autumn, the circumpolar increase in speed in polar waters rises into the stratosphere. As a result, air from the polar water pushes the waters for poles, and the late winter and early spring. Late winter and early spring. See this? Late winter, early spring. Living worse here. This is the worst with the summer. Right, 7 session is over. I understand what it now. 7 session. Just 7 session. Just 7. How? 9:25. We started 9:25. 9:25. Well, 10 session has ended. 8 will start and will end by 11. 11:39 will be over. Let's say 12:10. 10th will be over. 8, 9, 10. That will be and now 8 and 10. 11, 11:30, 12, 12:15. You can see 10 and half. 11 sessions by 1. Due to 5, we will be doing 3, 5, 3, 5 sessions, 5 sessions, 5, 6 sessions, 5, 6 sessions, 17, 19, by 5, we will need to have done 17 sessions at least. At least. Then 19 to 20 sessions. Sufficient. So much, yes. Oh my god, I have played so much. I no amount of study has been done with respect to chess. Let's go. Oh no. What the hell? What the hell, bro? Resign. What did I just do? What the? Oh my god, that was so bad. the fuck did I just do? Oh, no. Come on. What did I just do? I don't know. Bro, what? What am I doing? Okay. Damn. God damn it! This is so bad! What the hell? He has no conception of anything. He just got lucky. Uh, how the hell is he so fast? He's so fast, man. That was too fast. Last game. vortex, a polar vortex. So this is right. Now, what is polar vortex? It is a type of polar cyclone that is a low pressure. It is found at both the poles. Secondly, it is of two types based on the height of the base. Stratospheric. When the base is really high up with the end and the beginning is low, high, low, high. ओके नहीं यार let's say this is it. So the Hadley cell is a now at the pole. So let's say this is now. Right. So the polar cell. मुझे ये आइडिया आया कहाँ से? I cannot understand what is happening. How did this idea come to be? This is all environment because this was good. Actually, it was good because ozone depletion and ozone depletion is in fact in the syllabus. I don't understand why I did this, but it is finally.
So the famous ones which led to the depletion of ozone hole are the
8th session is completed. 10:40 plus. All right. 5-minute break. We will be back. Hydrate yourself. That would be good. And then we will explain this polar vortex. We have understood it.
Molecules like carbons and other molecules, and these molecules contain chlorine atoms, which is a halogen which is very reactive. So they were used as refrigerants during 1940s to 1990s, and after the Montreal Protocol, these things were banned. They were both production as well as sale of these refrigerants, such as halocarbon refrigerant. Carbon the influence zone happens as refrigerants. The stratosphere temperature falls in a because the ozone radiation is absorbed by the ozone, and hence the temperature increases. We can see here. So in the ozonosphere, this is what happens when a chlorofluorocarbon gets into the layer. First, under the influence of ultraviolet radiation, a chlorine atom gets detached from the chlorofluorocarbon, and it becomes a free molecule, free atom. And this is very reactive. When it comes in contact with the O3, as we can see here, it peels a oxygen atom. This is like an unfaithful husband, so it doesn't stick with one oxygen atom. It keeps on changing lot of oxygen atoms. So here it was with this atom, and then it got another atom, so it combined, it left it there, and if it gets one more atom, it simply combines, and this cycle repeats. And this carbon chlorine atom can keep on doing this, or keep on destroying the ozone molecules for a very long period. So we can see in the animation here, we can see how a free chlorine atom can peel out an oxygen atom from the ozone. Here the chlorine atom is taking an oxygen atom from a ozone molecule, and now we can see how this chlorine atom is again free after peeling an oxygen atom. So this is a very kind of infinite process. As a result, this particular chlorine can be very devastating for the ozone layer. So what is polar stratospheric clouds, and how these polar stratospheric clouds influence ozone depletion? We have seen that under the influence of ultraviolet radiation and the presence of chlorofluorocarbons and other free radicals like Cl, this can be very devastating for the ozone. And this particular process of ozone depletion is accentuated by the presence of polar stratospheric clouds. Polar stratospheric clouds are very high altitude clouds. Usually clouds don't exist beyond upper levels of troposphere. Sometimes few cirrus clouds might exist in the lower levels of stratosphere, and there are clouds which are very high. These clouds are nothing but polar stratospheric clouds. These clouds are formed during extreme polar vortex events, so they don't usually exist in normal conditions. They only form during extreme polar vortex events, and extreme polar vortex clouds are dangerous because they contain acids like nitric acid and sulfuric acid. So due to the presence of nitric acid and sulfuric acid, these cyclones can be very detrimental for the behavior of ozone. Let us see what happens. We have free chlorine atoms which is already depleting ozone. We can see in this reaction where chlorofluorocarbon is hit by ultraviolet rays. Here and then it peels out a free chlorine atom, and this chlorine atom reacts with oxygen, giving rise to chlorine monoxide and then other elements. And these chlorine atoms react with nitrogen dioxide, giving rise to various reserves of chlorine. So these reserves are not dangerous because they consume this chlorine atom and keep it as a reserve. So this is not damaging because it can no more damage a ozone molecule. But when there is polar stratospheric clouds, it has very important thing called as nitric acid. Under the influence of nitric acid,
I will tell you something.
these particular reserves can give up their chlorine atoms. So when they give up chlorine atoms, we know that chlorine atom is the biggest enemy. So when it's set free, it can destroy numerous ozone molecules, and it can do it for few decades. So you can imagine the effect these atoms have on ozone. So under the influence of visible light and under the influence of nitric acid, the chlorine gets separated from the reserves. So it is now free to create more chaos. So it keeps on destroying more and more ozone atoms, giving rise to oxygen, we can see here. And then these particular chlorine atoms are again set free, where they form a chain reaction. So the chlorine atom destroys an ozone molecule, giving rise to oxygen. And then we can see ClO, or chlorine monoxide, as we have seen in the previous reaction. Chlorine monoxide can again react with oxygen, chlorine atom. So let us see here. So this is the first reaction where under the influence of ultraviolet radiation we have chlorine atoms, and these chlorine atoms, here we can see what happens. So under the influence of ultraviolet radiation, chlorine atoms reacts with an oxygen and takes away an oxygen from O3, and then it becomes free, here we can see, and again it starts repeating the same process. So when a free chlorine atom reacts with NO2, it gets fixed in a reserve, so this is the damaging effect is reduced. But when the polar stratospheric clouds are present
Yes,
under the influence
this
of
is what
nitric
I was
acid,
trying to
again
say.
the chlorine atom sets free. So we can see how a chlorine atom again peeled an oxygen atom, then it becomes again free again, and then it captures one more oxygen atom. So this is a continuous process. So in the normal conditions, usually somewhere the chlorine would stop as a reserve, but under the influence of polar stratospheric clouds, the chlorine atom would be free forever and keeps on destroying the ozone layer. So this is all about polar vortex as well as ozone depletion under the influence of polar stratospheric clouds. Polar stratospheric clouds are formed under the extreme events of polar vortex. So here is a question from previous exams. The formation of ozone hole in the Antarctic region has been a cause of concern. What could be the reason for the formation of this hole? Presence of prominent tropospheric turbulence and the inflow of chlorofluorocarbons. We know that chlorofluorocarbons are the major reason behind ozone depletion. Let us consider other options as well. Presence of prominent polar front. We have seen that polar front is the one that holds polar cyclone in its place, and this is very important in destroying the ozone because it can accentuate the magnitude of polar vortex. And then stratospheric clouds as well as the inflow of chlorofluorocarbons. So we have three important points.
I will combine it, and I will
absence of polar front. So absence of polar front cannot be a reason for destruction of ozone because polar front is very important in keeping the polar vortex in its place, and the polar vortex which stays in its place can destroy a huge amount of ozone. So this is a wrong option. Increased temperature at polar regions, this never happens. Even under global warming, okay, under global warming the temperature increases, but this is not this has nothing to do with the depletion of ozone. From this we can see that this is the most fitting answer, the option B, where we have the prominent polar front involved. First, chlorine atoms which is coming out of refrigerants escapes to the upper levels of troposphere because of wind movements, and then there it reacts with the ozone molecule, giving rise to free oxygen as well as chlorine oxides, chlorine monoxide. And then under the influence of sunlight and by reacting with the nitric acid which is present in the polar stratigraphical features is a internal. As a result of these such initial,
I guess he's done, right? So yeah, it's a 17-minute video. I believe I can do it in 5, and it's really simple. And I just want to cover this question as well. So this let's go. Yeah, this is nice. This is really nice. All right. So let's start. Okay. So basically today I wanted to cover 3 topics: ozone layer depletion, polar stratospheric clouds, and polar vortex and their interlinkages. Now, ozone layer is the layer in the stratosphere, as you can see right here in this diagram, which basically gives us the layers of atmosphere with respect to their height from sea level. So ozone layer is found just above the tropopause and in the stratosphere. And ozone layer depletion or ozone holes is basically the decrease in the concentration of ozone. Now we will see the reason of their depletion, majorly caused by the halogens. Now we will see if there is. Now we will see that there is a reaction that occurs that is the fundamental reaction that leads to ozone layer depletion. So first we will understand what is ozone layer depletion, and then we will understand, number one, how it depletes, and number one, why it we will I'm alluding to it. Basically what would happen is there can be a chain reaction that completely destroys the ozone, and it involves halogens. You remember chlorofluorocarbons and CFC, that were used in the refrigerants earlier. So from there, and we will also look into the fact that why this chain reaction stops. Then we will understand what polar stratospheric clouds are and what they have to do with all of this reduction of ozone layer concentration. And then what the hell is this polar vortex and how is it linked with polar stratospheric clouds, and then how is this completely linked with ozone layer depletion. All right, these three things will be uh, be looked at. Now, the reaction that is there, the reaction that is there in the reaction that there is, uh, the reaction that is there. Again, I will edit this out. So, the reaction that leads to the core reaction that we need to see, which destroys ozone, is basically ozone is nothing but this. Uh, it's a triple bond. Huh? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Basic. Wait a minute. First, I have to see this. Ozone and it's an oscillating bond. Yeah, yeah. It's a resonant bond. Let's start recording. So the core formula which we need to understand ozone layer depletion is, we know what ozone is. Ozone is this. This bond is in resonance and it goes with both bonds. That is why this. So basically, so this double bond is actually oscillating between these two oxygen molecules, and that is why their valence is complete. All right. So this is nothing but ozone, O3. So the core reaction is a chlorine atom must be a radical. It must have a radical with oxygen, gives us chlorine monoxide plus oxygen, right? This is the core reaction that we must know, which says nothing but if there is free chlorine and ozone is in its presence, then a reaction would occur which would lead to a formation of chlorine monoxide and oxygen gas. Clearly, if this reaction is kind of reversible reaction actually, but its tendency is to go in the direction of oxygen. Basically, if reaction kinetics would be seen. Now, on the basis of this, the reaction kinetics means the speed of occurring of a reaction. So basically, forward reaction happens faster than the backward reaction. All right. If in layman terms, basically ozone gets broken up, one of the oxygen atom goes and bonds with one chlorine atom and we lose the ozone and we get the oxygen. And if this happens, so first the chlorine atom must reach as high as stratosphere to actually have ozone to react with. Number one. So number one thing is that chlorine needs ozone, and secondly, there must be so chlorine needs ozone, so it must reach that far up, and obviously ozone needs free chlorine to get converted into oxygen. Free chlorine is needed. So chlorine needs O3 and O3 needs chlorine. Free chlorine atom, free chlorine atom. All right. So if this reaction is there, then how do we get free chlorine? So first of all, when the so the currents from Earth, let me pull this up. All right. So there are cells like this, where, well, not like this. I will edit this out now. No. Wait, I will just do it. So basically Earth is here, right? And if we see that there must be some winds that must be rising, these currents take these halogenated compounds. Wait a minute. Let me just do it again. Better to show it with this. All right. So from the Earth's surface, much of the chlorine containing compounds, which are the chlorofluorocarbons and the hydrofluorocarbons, go. So it does not even need to be chlorine. Any halogen compound does the same reaction because it is in the same group in the periodic table. It may be bromine, it may be chlorine, it may be fluorine, it may be iodine. All of these will do this same reaction, but chlorine is the most prevalent one. Now this what happens is, basically, from this Earth's surface, wind currents take these chlorofluorocarbons into the stratosphere, where it meets ozone. Now and this reaction, and so I said that you need free chlorine. Now chlorofluorocarbon, for example, the simplest one is CCl3. Let me yes, CCl, let's say here is some more compound, and this is a chlorofluorocarbon. There is chloro, this X can be anything, and this is carbon, chlorofluorocarbon. So basically UV radiation acts on this, and one chlorine is removed as a radical from this chlorofluorocarbon compounds, and we get a radical chlorine. When this now we have radical chlorine, we have ozone. These two are present here in this ozone layer. Now what would happen is that we will get this, an ozone molecule would break. Nothing would have had happened if this was not a chain reaction. That is, the ClO would have been stable. That means the chlorine, if I just told you that you need free chlorine for ozone to convert into oxygen, but if ClO would have been stable, then we would not have gotten another free radical, and the reaction would have stopped right here. But that does not occur. We also get, that is why this reversible sign is important. So we get ClO, and ClO also with another oxygen compound or anything, it can create with other oxygen radical, it can create a chlorine free radical and oxygen, and it breaks free again, and this continues O3. This will again have an chlorine, and this will keep on breaking multiple ozone ozone molecules into oxygen. So this chain reaction, this chlorine can wreak unlimited devastation. And one chlorine, in theory, then, if this reaction keeps on happening, then this chlorine atom, this one chlorine free radical, it can completely destroy the ozone layer. But that does not happen. Why? The reason is two reactions stop this from happening. Let me clear this up. Basically, the stratosphere also has NO2 and methane. These two fix the free chlorine. This is very important, because then Cl or ClO, let me see. Yeah. So ClO, which was the giver of free radical of Cl, combines with NO2 and it forms a compound that is stable. And Cl with methane makes HCl, which is again stable, plus some products. Now these two equations, number 1 and number 2, these two equations are important, because now what we have formed is a chlorine reservoir. Why is this important? So a free radical of Cl could have wreaked havoc on the ozone layer, but that does not happen, because there are controlling reactions that would fix this free radical, because not only ozone is there, but also nitrous oxide and methane are also available in the stratospheric layer, where there are ClO, which is the unstable giver of free radical of Cl, and chlorine atom in itself. These combine and kind of calm down. They calm down. They make it more calm. This chlorine, and we get a chlorine reservoir. Now there must be something that breaks this reservoir. That is where our polar stratospheric clouds come into picture. And we will have to find polar stratospheric clouds. Polar stratospheric clouds. So now we will understand why this reservoir breaks down. Now we will have a concept that we will call as, that is known as, well, let's keep this right here, and we just increase this. Wait a minute. All right, this is fair. Right. So now we will learn about the concept of polar stratospheric clouds. Now, where is the stratosphere? Right here. Stratosphere is really, really far away, and there is a tropopause. So whatever winds that contain air, they tend to form clouds just below the tropopause. You must have heard the statement that climate and weather conditions are below the tropopause, which generally means that all of the concentration of water condenses before tropopause. So in essence, stratosphere near the ozone layer is really, really, first of all, it is really, really dry, and second of all, the pressure is really low. The pressure is really low is very important. I will tell you why. Because if the pressure is low, at low pressures, the temperature required for condensation is much lower. Just as you must have heard that at higher pressure you need more temperature to reach a boiling point. Same in this same analogy is here. It is obviously water we are talking about. Lower the pressure, the freezing point sinks lower, much lower. So cloud is nothing but a condensation of water molecules. It forms an ice particle. That theory is completely there. And now, so to form a cloud in stratosphere, you need really, really low temperatures, and these low temperatures are achieved on the poles, both in the southern pole, that is the Antarctic, and on the North Pole, that is the Arctic. In those areas only you will find temperatures low enough that are capable of forming a polar stratospheric cloud. It looks like this. Wait a moment. It looks like this. They are also called nacreous clouds, and they have a distinctive color to them. Now, how are they important? Just as I told you that, wait a minute, right? This reaction, well, the truth is that this reaction is also reversible, but the reversible side is really, really slow. These polar stratospheric clouds, let us say that this is a polar stratospheric cloud, and let us say that this is a water molecule. Now, this polar stratospheric cloud also has sulfates, SO2 negative, and NO3 nitrates. These are also present here, which in itself, so number one, this and this provides a surface for this reaction to go in the reverse direction much more, which would mean that we have, if this goes in the reverse direction, then see, this HCl and ClO and O2 are creating ClO and Cl, which are the main culprit of killing ozone, right? ClO is unstable, it gives free chlorine, and free chlorine is the devastator of ozone. So the polar stratospheric clouds are very high up, because we need to be very high up so that we are operating in the ozone layer, because we are looking at this height. We are, all our study is at this height. Now this polar stratospheric cloud so we need clouds, we need these ice particles, these NO3 and SO4 2 negative, to to take the free chlorine out from this reservoir. So we need clouds for that. We need an ice particle which would accelerate the reverse direction reaction, and these clouds are only available in polar regions because of the low temperatures. Low temperatures are required. Now, these low temperatures are required. Now, it would have been okay if this was only the case that okay, polar stratospheric clouds are have been formed, and then we will have what we will call as this reservoir will be broken down and free chlorine radical will be there. But what if these clouds dissipate? They are not in the same position, they are moving. Then why is there a concentration, especially in Antarctic? Because first of all, Antarctic is much colder as compared to Arctic. This is the North Pole. The temperature, you can see the temperature if you follow the mouse. The temperature of the North Pole, this is even crossing 0 degrees Celsius, and this is the South Pole. Antarctica is much colder as compared to Arctic. Now this stratospheric clouds, if they dissipated, would have quelled much of it. If anything, it would have spread the whole evenly. But the concentration over Arctic and Antarctic is due to the fact that there are the formations known as polar vortexes. Polar vortex confine this cold air in a particular region. This polar vortex confine this into a particular region, and these regions are just above Arctic and Antarctic. They are confined by the polar front. Obviously, this low pressure belt that you see here is the polar front. That is where the cold air and the hot air from the temperate areas meet. That is, this are confined, plus the polar jet stream. These confine these cyclonic activities that are known as polar vortex. So what is happening? If you remember this right here, this is what everybody calls as a polar cell. At the head, that is at the poles, this air subsides. So there's a high pressure and a corresponding low pressure. So when this low pressure is there, and when it is strong enough, when will it be strong enough? When the temperature difference, this blue line is showing you equator temperature. When the temperature difference is really high between any, for example, here and here, the temperature difference between equator and poles are high. When the temperature difference is higher, there will be much more energy, because temperature difference is higher, the gradient is higher, it will go much faster, the winds will travel much faster. And when that happens, this cell has much more energy, and this vortex is much more tighter. It is moving with higher velocities. The wind velocities are higher, the radius is smaller, and it is tightly woven up, and this jet stream is also very tight. So it is confined. When it is confined in a particular place, the cold air which are responsible for formation of these polar stratospheric clouds will be confined on the poles. And when they are confined on the poles, this reservoir that we had here will break faster in those confined area, and that is why we have huge holes, especially in Antarctic, because there is lower temperature. Temperature is much lower in Antarctic, which would facilitate the formation of polar stratospheric clouds, and which would facilitate the breaking of this CL reservoir. And the polar vortex completes it all with our question that why this cloud does not move and it stays, so that there is a hole in front of at the top of these poles. Why is it not a uniform hole, uniform depletion in the concentration of ozone. Why is it so intense in one area that we are calling it as a hole? And it is this vortex that is creating the problem. We have a really good graphic which explains one more thing. Wait a minute, let me pause this recording right here. Right. So this this uh, this is by the uh, Copernicus satellite, and this is the atmosphere. This is the Arctic. This is the North Pole that we are seeing in this animation, and this shows. See this center. This is the vortex, and surrounding area is the relatively hotter ozone. So what happens is this vortex is very tightly woven here, and it is causing a huge depletion in ozone at just above the Arctic. Now it was shown that when this vortex dissipates, it would dissipate. You see, this center is here, the center is here, this is the vortex, and you can see this is weakening, and here it splits. And when it splits, you will see it again. When this splits, this ozone rich air that is shown in red will rush into the center. This rushes into the center, and then the hole is reduced, because now no more reservoir breaking polar stratospheric clouds will be there, because this is much hotter as compared to this cold air which has been dissipated, and we see that the reaction stops, and we don't have that polar stratospheric clouds interfering with this reservoir. And that is why global warming has been related to the slowing down of ozone's depletion, because because these polar stratospheric clouds are not able to be the formation of polar stratospheric cloud is not possible anymore, because the temperatures are much higher as compared to before, and polar stratospheric clouds do not form, and hence these reservoirs do not break. Combine this with Montreal and Vienna Protocol's success in actually removing, and the Kigali Amendment in actually reducing the chlorofluorocarbons and these hydrofluorocarbons in the atmosphere, right? So this completes it all. We understood. In summary, I will summarize it now. In summary, basically, an ozone hole is a specific area above the poles in which the concentration of ozone is much lower as compared to the surroundings. This ozone layers breakage is or this depletion of mega depletion of concentration is due to this reaction. Free radical breaks ozone into oxygen. This would have been a chain. Secondly, this would have been a chain reaction, which would have completely destroyed the ozone, but it does not happen because of these controlling reaction number 1 and controlling reaction number 2. But this is again, these reactions are disturbed by the presence of polar stratospheric clouds, which are clouds that are formed at the stratosphere and these require really cold temperatures. That is why they are formed at the poles, and these destroy these balance of these equations, and we again see the formation of chlorine, free radical chlorine and ClO, which breaks the ozone into oxygen. And the concentration above the Arctic and Antarctic is maintained by what is known as polar vortexes, which are cyclonic movements of wind just in the mid troposphere to the stratospheric area, which confine these cold airs capable of forming the stratospheric clouds. that form uh, uh, that that are the reason why there is ozone depletion. And fourthly, global warming has reduced the formation of polar stratospheric clouds, which means that no more ozone is being destroyed as compared to the formation of ozone. So on this is the reasons why we have this particular topic, and it may be important. Thank you. So how much did we do? Session 9 started at 11:16 a.m. and we are at 12 a.m. Uh, so basically one and a half session, one and a half session was there. All right. 10 and 11 would get finished by 12:15, right? So we can do one thing, just stretch, and then we'll just quickly do till 12:16, and then we will get till 12:30. Somebody, did anybody come? Analytics, I don't know, nobody came, no problem. So by 12:17 we will have what is called as the session 9 and session 10 will be completed, and we will have session 11 by 12:15, which will be over. 12:15, 12:20, and then by 1 we will have completed session 11. I will piss. Let me see if yes. This is session 10 started 11. And it will be easier. This way. Nice. So we are done with this, and we are done with this as well, ozone depletion. And now all we have to do is learn about Montreal. So complete this. Now all we have to do is learn about Montreal Vienna protocols. I believe this is covered in this convention box. So first of all, Vienna is the
original one in the 1988 and Montreal Protocol in 1989. Time of origin. The international organization responsible for these conventions is the UNEP. India is a signatory to both, yes, and we have ratified this. Purpose: Vienna, protect ozone layer from chlorofluorocarbons. And what is Montreal? Protect ozone depleting substance, but does not control nitrous oxide. It has 5 annexes. So Vienna was just about CFCs and Montreal is a larger protocol. Montreal is much larger protocol because it has changed the definition or the requirement from CFC to a much broader term known as ozone depleting substances, except N2O. Very important. These differences can be asked. So number first is what was covered in the Vienna Annex A, CFCs. Then HCFCs, methylchloroform, that is the X component is methyl, CCl4, carbon tetrachloride. Halogenated CFCs and hydrogen CFCs, hydrochlorofluorocarbons, methyl bromide, and HFCs, hydrofluorocarbon. So Vienna was not binding, but Montreal is fully legally binding. So this was the importance. Vienna is only CFC and Montreal is much larger in scope. Then the implementing agency in India is MoFCC for both. Then we have miscellaneous, requires sharing of research, having regular COPs to judge, so that COPs meaning conference of parties, to judge the progress. 98% of ozone depleting substance phased out would reach pre-1980s level by 2050s. So the success, this is the success. I should write it as success. 98% of ozone depleting substances have been phased out. We would reach pre-1980s level by 2050. This is the success. This is very important for writing these question answer. Then phase out CFC by 1996. HCFC phase out plan developed, should reduce from 2004 and 100% replaced by 2020. Developing reduce from 2015 and 100% replaced by 2030. So CFC, everybody had to get rid of them by 1996. Then these hydrochlorofluorocarbons, these were to be reduced by the developed in 2004, and for developing so both of them had to reduce. So by 2020, developed must replace hydrochlorofluorocarbons by anything else which is less ozone depleting or not ozone depleting at all, and those were HFCs. So they had to remove them 100% by 2020, and same was said for, so basically 15 years. Same was for developed countries. Now the problem with HFCs was it created global warming. So we had HFC don't reduce ozone, but they are greenhouse gases. So developed have to reduce it by 85% of 2011 to 2013 levels. China has to reduce 85% of 2020 to 2022 levels, and by 2045, and India and others like Saudi reduce 85% of 2022 to 24 by 2047. So 2 years gap has been provided. And developed 2011. So this is the Kyoto Agreement, legally binding. 2047, 2045, 2020, China 2020, India 2022 to 24, and by 2047 we have to reduce this to 85% reduction by of the levels of 2022 to 2024. All right, this was good. Success: 98% of ozone depleting substances phased out will reach pre-1980 levels by 2050. All right, now ozone depletion is completed. Antarctica is a post child. Yesterday we learned about what is known as the mnemonic, a very important, very easy mnemonic for COPs. Cub, Cop, Can, War. That is Kyoto, Bali, Cop means Copenhagen, Can means Cancun, and War means war. So these are 5 pre-Paris Agreement uh, pre-Paris deals, important conference of parties. For Kyoto, Kyoto is the soul of UNFCCC. This is basically Paris before Paris. In 1997, COP3. This is Kyoto. Oh my God, it was so important. It has annexes, it has market mechanism, it has the method of verification, measuring, verification, and reporting of progress. And on an average, they had to reduce 5% levels of 1990 by 2012, and we will have to then find some new deal after 2012. Well, very underwhelming, but it basically defined who had it defined that there is a pollution space for everybody, and from that to be within that, what you have to do. And then there is common but differentiated responsibility, that is recognition that the greenhouse gas emission has been the legacy of developed countries. So basically they have become developed on the basically on the sick body of earth uh, due to GHG emissions. So this was Kigali. In Bali, obviously Bali Action Plan came up, and it was in Bali then Adaptation Fund was also built up. Action plan is the thing, basically the jargons of mitigation and adaptation. Basically, whenever you say, oh, how should we fight climate change, then the two words are mitigation and adaptation that are thrown at your face. And we will come back to these two words in Warsaw, because I like Warsaw the most. It is one of my favorite conference of parties, and its concepts are good. Then after this we have what is known as so we did the Bali adaptation mitigation. Bali Action Plan. Basically enhance everything, enhance adaptation plans, enhance mitigation, and enhance technology in adaptation and mitigation. This is Bali Action Plan. Very easy to remember. Then COP for Copenhagen. Copenhagen is in itself a mnemonic, or you can say whatever you want to say, a memory aid device. Cope and haggle. Cope means we have to cope with GHG emissions. That is, developed have to reduce their emissions, and the developing have to reduce the growth in emissions. And haggle means money negotiation. The money negotiation is like The developed have to get, and these developed and developing basically can be looked back into the annexes of Kyoto. So the developed have to amass $100 billion per year after 2020, and $30 billion must be given by any method, by be it the special climate change fund or be it global environment fund. Copenhagen was there. Now Cancun, from Cancun we remember the LA Clippers. Cancun, 123 Cancun. 123 Cancun means three mechanisms of Cancun which would help in adaptation and mitigation. And those three mechanisms are basically your adaptation fund, which was established in Bali, and your green climate fund, which will be basically handled by World Bank and would provide funds to uh, for a variety of reasons. Oh yeah, Green Climate Fund has 5 conventions within it, I believe. That is Green Climate Fund. Minamata, UNCCD. Oh, that is Global Environment Facility. Oh, we will see. That is what I am missing. Alright. That is what I'm missing. Alright. So, what is session 10 has ended. Session 10 has ended. Basically, what am I writing? Session 11 will start at 12:21. Nice revision was done. COPs were done. We will have to see the learnings. We will see the learning. The previous day we did what was not done. Okay, we'll see that. Alright. No problem. So we did this. Now I understand polar vortexes much more, and their effect on this. This was nice. Can we have some YouTube now? Damn, I am tired, bro. Sarah Adler. Let's see what is this?
Dear scholars, how much of your training should be at low intensity, high intensity, or somewhere in between? In this video, we discuss the current scientific evidence surrounding the best methods for distributing your training intensity to achieve the best endurance performance results. To start this conversation, we must look at this graph. As you exercise at low intensities, your body produces blood lactate at low levels. There is a small rise, however, this is sustained and remains stable. This pattern continues up until a point where a sudden rise in blood lactate can be seen. We can call these 2 points lactate threshold 1 and 2, or ventilatory threshold 1 and 2. These mark the training intensity zones at the most basic level. As most of us do not have access to a sports science laboratory, where they measure our blood lactate response to incremental exercise, we can estimate our training zones using practical measures such as percentages of heart rate maximum, rating of perceived exertion, or RPE, or the torque test. We must also acknowledge that training volume is a simple measure of how much. For example, if you were to run 10 kilometers in 45 minutes, your training volume could be either 10 kilometers or 45 minutes, depending on your preference. For the sake of this video, we measure training volume using distance. We can measure training volume for each training session we do, as seen in this example. You can
I do 5 kilometers and I am very slow. 5 kilometers in 30 minutes. So I'm really slow because I'm fat.
Also sum up the total amount of training volume you do each week. A typical training program will increase training volume 5 to 10% a week for 3 weeks, followed by a 1-week recovery where volume is reduced, before starting the next 4-week training block. However, I aim to discuss this in another video in more detail. If we recall the training intensity zones, we can split our weekly training volume into segments, which tell us how much of our training was done in each of the 3 zones. Z1 refers to Zone 1, Z2 refers to Zone 2, and so on. If we take a look at week 2, we can see that 55 kilometers of training was done. However, of this 55 kilometers, the majority was done in Zone 1, with smaller amounts of training done in Zones 2 and 3. The fundamental question you may ask yourself is, how much training should I do in Zones 1, 2, and 3 for best endurance results? This would be called Training Intensity Distribution, or TID. Should you split your training equally between all 3 zones? Should you do all your training in Zone 3, for example? How about a mixture of all the 3 zones? But which TID is the best? There are 3 primary TIDs: threshold training, pyramidal training, and polarized training. Threshold training splits the majority of training volume into Zones 1 and 2, with very little done in Zone 3. Polarized training devotes a large amount of training to Zone 1, very little to Zone 2, with a small emphasis on Zone 3. Pyramidal training devotes most of the training to Zone 1, less to Zone 2, and even less to Zone 3. It gets its name by its shape. But the question remains, which of these 3 methods is the best? After a whole lot of reading through the scientific evidence, there appears to be a growing consensus. However, it must be admitted that the amount of research on this topic is rather scarce. So we look forward to what future science has got to tell us with regards to their findings to help continue this discussion as to how we should program our training. The current consensus so far is that polarized and pyramidal training are superior to threshold training for endurance performance. An insight from Dr. Daniel Plews regarding Ironman training noted that training intensity distributions are likely to change depending on where you are in your training program. At the start of a season, training may look more polarized, whilst nearing the race day, your training may look more pyramidal, when athletes tend to add more specific race-pace sessions to their training program. To add to this discussion, a recent publication observed
When Warsaw, I was talking about Warsaw. Wait, I forgot that I had to look up something. Yeah. Yes. Green climate fund. I have to see that fund. Right. Exactly. Exactly. I have to see that. Yeah. Yes. It was GEF, not GCF. GCF is the one that has to have 100 billion every year by 2020 to help developing countries to cut their carbon dioxide. It was GEF. And within GEF we have SCF. Now when we had done that, then we GEF, the environment facility, is different. It has Stockholm. We do that, then we see Warsaw. Warsaw is interesting. Warsaw International Mechanism basically says that no matter how much you try to adapt and mitigate, there will be climate change losses. That is the recognition that at the end of the day, these kind of climate change will create losses and damages to life and property. And when the major culprit of these climate changes are developed countries and the major victims are developing countries like us, when we see so many adverse effects, like our monsoon is varied, maybe it creates floods, maybe sometimes it creates droughts, there are increased heat waves, there are increased cyclonic activities, Arabian Sea is getting warmer, and much more, many more tropical cyclones are seen. So there is sea level rise. So countries that are in the Pacific, like Palau or Togo, they are sinking. Maldives has sunk a lot. So when these are in trouble, then it makes sense for them to compensate. So Warsaw International Mechanism is for this only, that how do you compensate. So first of all, there is monetary and technological help that must be given to improve the capacities. That is first. So you give knowledge in this. What else? This is not enough. Money and knowledge is not enough. What else you want? Money and knowledge are not enough, apparently. Action and support, financial deployment capacity, cooperative dialogue, and what's the framework for Red Plus? All right. International. That's strange. And then they have Bonn. Bonn gives global. So basically, if you remember Paris, there are two temperatures: 2 degrees Celsius and 1.5 degrees Celsius. 2 degrees Celsius, and there is 1.5 degrees Celsius. Report biennial developer organization. And then global stocktake in NDCs. NDCs are obviously the nationally determined contributions. That is fine. That is also fine. Global stocktake basically means that we have to make a stock of how much progress there has been made. It has been made towards the goal of reduction in GHG and protection of the climate. Well, I mean the less than 2 degree or less than 1 degree. How that happened basically. So global stocktake came up in Bonn, Germany, COP23, and it proposed that it should be done via Talanoa dialogue, which would mean that you will sit in a circle and everyone would share their story and everybody would learn and there will be no blames. That is how Talanoa dialogue works. Very soft approach. Then came the Katowice. Now, Katowice basically provided a Katowice package that brought in the transparency framework of measuring, verification, and reporting. Measuring, reporting, and verification of uh, contributions. What was not talked about this was the carbon markets and Warsaw International Mechanism for losses and damage. And then Madrid was largely a failure. Apart from EU's Green Deal, there was nothing done. Developed in developing or fighting. Developed want a change in deals, even though they have not completed the previous deals, just because the changes have been there in the realities at that time to now, and developing want them to complete the previous obligation so that they have some confidence that the next time this happens they don't next time they also try to do the same and back to revert back on their promises and then ask for a new deal. Basically trust is not there. Okay, all right, okay, all right, okay, all right, okay. Sasakawa Prize for the individual relation book. This is German funding see adaptation gap difference between implementation and goal. Okay, climate change performance index is by a German watch. Top 3 positions for M2. That was important and a nice statement. Global environment outlook. Okay. Here we have two things: global environment outlook and global climate report. Climate is by Meteorological Department of World, that is WMO, and environment is by UNEP, which is very obvious. Early warning system, Audubon system. Yeah, 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 early droughts in the Indian region, droughts, and extreme weather. Council on Energy and Water. Water, 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 water. Can I have a bottle of water? Water, water. हिंद कुश में क्या हो रहा है temperature sea surface temperature also rising, sea level is also rising. Oh my god. याद आ रहा है तेरा प्यार जहाँ तुम वहाँ हुए गुम का तुम भी जाओ याद आ रहा है तेरा प्यार जहाँ तुम वहाँ हुए गुम का तुम. Global Carbon Project has CO2, CH4, and N2O. 75%, 70% soil in oceans. Okay, so what was important was with respect to polar, we had three. We had three. The Bharati was the first. No, no, Dakshin Gangotri was the first, then Maitri, then Bharati. And it is very large. And Arctic we have Bhagirathi. Apex Committee for Implementation of Paris Agreement. याद आ रहा है 2023 तेरा प्यार. Ah, for implementation of this. Well, it is important. 35% reduction in carbon intensity. 40% share of non-fossil fuels with electricity. Oh, okay, non-fossil, yes, 530. Creating, this includes nuclear. Creating carbon sector 2.33 billion tons. Reporting on NDC is done by Apex Committee for Implementation of Paris and SECI, Environment SECI is state and national development. So basically, session 11 is over. Let me see what is the picture of, what is known as lunch. Then I will see.